progress.
And we're starting at 6:30. It's Wednesday, January 10th at 6:30 p.m. and we're in the Fairfax Women's Club. And there's Zoom webinar information on the agenda. So with that, I'd actually ask everyone to stand up if you feel inclined to do so and do the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all. Deputy Town Clerk Christine Foster, could we get a roll call vote? And I think just for brevity, I'm going to call you clerk in the future. Thank you.
That works. Councilmember Ackerman.
Present.
Councilmember Hellman.
I'm here.
Councilmember Catrano.
Present.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Here.
And Mayor Kohler.
Here. Thank you. And could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Happy to move that.
Okay. Who was someone?
I'll second.
All right. So that was Catrano and second Ackerman. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
All right. Yes. Thank
For
you.
brevity, I'm just going to call you by your full name.
All right. And I'll go ahead and read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. I'll read the meeting protocol, and then I have a couple things I'd like to say. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character and motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place them in the silent mode. The town council will review the agenda at 10 o'clock p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. And we have no report out on closed session. And a couple of things I'd like to mention. I'd like to shout out congratulations to Shelby Jones, who was promoted in our police department to detective. And also shout out to Sergeant William Cade, who was recently promoted in our police department to Lieutenant Cade. Lieutenant Cade has been with us many years. Shelby has been with us for a few years, so congratulations to them. One other quick thing I'd like to note, hopefully most of you get the town newsletter or can access the website. There is a Save the Wall property fundraising event at Deer Park Villa on January 20th from 5 to 9:30. Mike Gierangelli has graciously offered the venue for the fundraiser, so hopefully folks can attend. And you'll find out more details on our websites under events, or also check out the town newsletter. So with that, I want to start our public hearing. But one of the things I want to remind folks is that we are all neighbors here, and even if we disagree or agree on things, let's do this as kindly as possible and as respectfully as possible. So with that, we'd like to take up agenda item 2, which is introduce and read by title only zoning amendments to implement program 2, standards for low impact clustered residential development on large sites of the housing element by amending the following chapters of Title 17, zoning of the Fairfax Municipal Code 17.060 Ridgeline Development, 17.072 Hill Area Residential Development Overlay Zone, 17.124 UR Upland Residential Zone. Adoption of this ordinance has been analyzed as part of the environmental impact report prepared for the 2023-31 Housing Element Project. I also want to point out this, there's an errata sheet that should probably be on the safe with the supplemental materials, and they're there, clerk, correct?
They are there and they're also available online.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So with that, I'm assuming our planning director, Jeffrey Beiswinger, will take it off. And I see that we have Andrew Heel here from Diet and Batia. Okay, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Kohler and Town Council. So give me a minute here to share my screen, and I have a brief presentation.
And just a note, all these presentations will be posted on the website, correct?
The presentations are available on the website right now.
Oh, thank you, Claire.
Okay, as Mayor Kohler mentioned, we're here this evening to talk about the low impact cluster residential standards, which are amendments to the zoning ordinance text. So the order of operations here is to receive a presentation on the zoning amendments. Then there's an opportunity for a public hearing to hear some public comments and to consider introducing an ordinance with the idea that it could be adopted at the next meeting. So first of all, a slide on what the ordinance does and what it does not do. So it is intended to implement Housing Element Program 2D, which specifically calls for these ordinance amendments to be made. It adds additional objective design standards to minimize impacts on ridge lines and view corridors. So there's, as we'll see later on in the slides, there's existing regulations in place. And so the idea is to enhance those regulations, to improve them and make them more objective and more enforceable. There's also additional standards related to wildfire prevention that we're adding in. And then as far as the clustering part, it does allow homes to be clustered on smaller development footprint in certain zoning districts under certain conditions. And in the case of a cluster development, it would require that 75% of a site remain in the natural state if the cluster option is used. Now, on the other side of the ledger, what it does not do is it does not rezone any specific parcels, and it does not approve any specific development proposals. So these are just text amendments to the code. Also, it does not change any existing ridgeline protections in the ordinance. You could make an argument that it enhances those protections. It also does not require that homes are clustered. It is an option that's being presented for property owners. And it also does not impact any existing protected open space. So to get into a little bit of background, the link to the housing elements is that we have gone through an analysis exercise to identify vacant sites with residential zoning that could potentially help the town meet the RHNA requirement, which is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation established for the town by the state and ABAG. And so this is part of a zoning strategy, which is part of that housing element. So this is kind of a program in the housing element that requires the rezoning. And this tool would primarily target the above moderate income category, where we have been assigned 184 dwelling units. So we're not expecting very many dwelling units, as you'll see in a few later slides, to come out of this particular rezone. So that 184 would be a combination of apartments, some additional single family homes, potentially some accessory dwelling units could be in that category as well. So the idea is that all of these various types of tools would be used to help obtain these numbers. And the other thing to point out is The state does not require that these units are built by the town. The town does not have the capacity to build housing units. We are just providing capacity to allow property owners to potentially develop the units.
And just, I may have misheard you, but this zoning package is targeted primarily at above moderate.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. That's why the red is there.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Yes. Yep. So one of and this has been in place for a considerable amount of time. This is the visual resources map, which was created in the 1970s. So we are implementing regulations that have been in place for 50 years. And so this is figure open space 1. It's in the general plan. It has ridge lines identified. Staff also has additional maps at Town Hall, which were also done in the 1970s, which help us identify where property lines are and where ridge lines are located, topography lines, all done to scale. So we have a lot of useful tools to help us implement the ridgeline protection measures that we have in the code. And we use these frequently when new homes are built or remodeled. And the Planning Commission has the authority to consider view corridors and making determinations. And we've included a number of code changes which we think have enhanced the ridgeline protections. One thing to mention is as we were going through this exercise, we did some analysis to determine development capacity and where cluster zoning could be effectively used. We originally had identified some larger sites, which is in the UR7, UR10, or planned development sites. Those sites have minimum density requirements, which are very low or high depending on how you calculate it. So the UR7, for example, means you would have to have 7 acres in order to do one house. So you'd have to have 14 acres to do 2 homes, and the town doesn't have any of those parcels remaining in town. So really the primary benefit of the cluster zoning would be in the R6 properties.
And just maybe for members of the public and those of us up here, R6 means what?
R6 means minimum area of 6,000 square foot. So kind of a typical suburban sized lot.
6,000 square foot per unit.
Square foot per unit. So the chart on the right of this slide kind of shows if you have a fairly flat site, the minimum lot size would be 6,000 square feet. But however, if the lot gets steeper, like greater than 15%, then the lot size increases. And if it gets even steeper than that, or if it's between 10 and 50%, it goes to 7,000. If it gets above 15%, then it's 7,000 plus a factor, depending on how the slope, how steep the slope is. So there's a calculation that comes into play for steeper sloped lots, and this is all currently in the zoning code.
Okay, so I misspoke. It wasn't per unit. It was the size.
Right.
Size, yes.
The
The
size
size of the
needed.
lot. Yeah, I mean, if it was a perfectly flat site and you had a 12,000 square foot lot, then that'd be 2 lots. But if it has any slope whatsoever, you have to go through a calculation to determine how many lots
Okay,
are
to
permitted.
determine what the square
Mhm.
footages you need for that lot.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. No, you can't. No, you can't. Sorry, Tony. You can comment later. And during your comment, you can ask a question, which it's not interactive, but we'll try to collect those questions and after. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Jeff.
And so when we did that analysis, we determined that there's really only 5 sites in the entire town where this could effectively be used. So we're only talking about maybe 15, 20 lots at the most. I guess you could think every little bit helps in terms of reaching the arena, but I think the other benefit of this is also, first of all, enhancing the ridgeline protection ordinance, which this kind of allowed us to reopen that a little bit and make some enhancements. And then also it does, if there is a cluster zoning opportunity, it does allow us to get open space. So there's a couple of advantages that we get if their development does come through under the cluster zoning, even though we don't yield a lot of lots out of this strategy. A couple of the additional provisions that we've added, we've included dark sky provisions related to light intensity, color temperature, and other provisions to limit lighting impacts to the night sky. So we've incorporated that into the code in ridgeline areas. We've also included some enhanced fire safety provisions, and this just references a couple sections. We allow for some vegetation removal and require a revegetation plan to help increase fire protection around structures. We have a requirement for 2 means of emergency ingress and egress. And there's a requirement that public access easements would be established if there were any new cluster development. There's some existing trails and informal kind of fire roads around town where if we were able to get public access easements on those, we could potentially enhance fire protection and also public access. Other efforts are underway related to fire protection. There's an upcoming effort to update the general plan to enhance the public safety element, which would look more closely at evacuation routes. And the town is also working cooperatively with other Marin, or has been for several years, on hazard mitigation planning. So just to go through the amendments as far as the specific amendments in each chapter. First one is the ridgeline protection.
I think you just switched. Could you go back? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm just going to go through the 3 chapters
Thank you.
that were updated.
Thank you. Sorry for
So they all
interrupting.
kind of work together. So the first is the ridgeline development chapter. The specific intent is to preserve and protect scenic ridgelines. So we've included more specific criteria for the review of applications. We're trying to more consistently reference terms. We've added additional compatibility standards related to lighting, colors, and materials. We have additional height restrictions with upper story setbacks. We have different rules or new rules related to roof lengths and projections into scenic view sheds to hopefully break up larger buildings to help them blend into the hills more effectively. And there's this is a state requirement we're just incorporating into the code, where it's a water efficient landscape ordinance. That's what WELO stands for, to make sure that we're using water efficiently. The next chapter of the code that's being updated is called the Hill Area Residential Overlay. And this has basic standards that are currently in the code. They're well conceived. We don't really need to change these very much. So we're just tinkering around the edges to clarify application procedures, add provisions for ADUs and JADUs as we've included in the housing elements. And then again, water efficient landscape ordinance compliant landscape package. And then it also has the low impact clustered residential option. And this provides the Planning Commission, that's what PC stands for, with the authority to permit a variety of lot sizes and smaller housing types, so as long as the base density is not exceeded. So this is the main concept, is that you could have, instead of having large lots which consume the majority of a site, you could concentrate the actual development sites on a smaller portion of the property and then leave the remainder of the site as open space. So that's kind of the main concept. So you get the same density, but less smaller development sites.
And
Yes.
and when you say conserved as open space, that's via either a conservation easement or a donation to a public agency that would hold it as open space or something like that. Is that
Correct, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Most like a conservation easement would be the standard way. Mhm.
Great?
Yep. This also allows kind of lots sizes to be changed, building sizes to be modified if needed to preserve views, reduce hazard, minimize grading, protect environment. Has some flexibility to kind of move structures and lots around in order to accomplish some of the other goals of the chapter and the general plan.
And I think maybe you've got a slide on this, but part of the goal of clustering is to keep things, in most cases, primarily closer down. And then you minimize the need for building roads, putting in new infrastructure. So,
Correct.
and better access for fire, police. So if everything is closer to the initial roadway, then you minimize a lot of disruptions and
Mhm.
a lot of, you get a lot of better access rather than having them spread out.
Yeah, we discussed this concept with Ross Valley Fire, and they like the idea of having structures closer to roadways, closer to water sources, easier to get the vehicles to versus having to wind through winding narrow roads with lots of retaining walls in order to get to development sites. They like for them to be closer to where they can get to them.
Okay, thank you.
Also, the cluster option has standards to allow for narrow streets to be improved, kind of back to the access issue. Additional parking requirements. Again, there's a maximum building size set, and then 75% of the site to remain in the natural states, and then allowances for small community facilities. The next chapter to be amended would be the upland residential zone, just simple updates to here. The low impact cluster option is incorporated by reference. And then the additional ADUs and JADUs, which is a different housing element program that we're implementing with the same code update. And then standards for yards and parking to be modified.
And I know most people know what ADUs and JADUs
Oh,
are,
yeah.
but just because not
Yeah.
everybody does, maybe you could just.
Yeah,
speak to
those
that.
are accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, kind of otherwise called granny units, additional
Thank
dwelling
you.
units for folks on their property. And so that is the extent of the presentation. So the idea is that we would have the first reading tonight, and then if the council chooses to move forward, we could proceed to adoption at the next meeting.
Okay, are there any questions from Vice Mayor Blash? You had a question?
Sure. I was wondering if you could give in a nutshell, what the housing element is and how this fits into it.
Sure. In fact, I might turn that over to Andrew since he was the housing element expert here.
So just to introduce, Andrew Hill from Diet and Batia, who's been working with us for, gosh, it seems like a year and a half now.
Just about. Yes.
Okay.
So the housing element is one of 8 mandated elements of the general plan. And essentially, it's the town's plan for accommodating local housing needs. As Jeff mentioned, a term you hear a lot in relation to the housing element is RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. And so the housing element must accommodate the town of Fairfax's assessed share of the regional housing need, which, as Jeff pointed out in one of his slides, is 490 units over the next 8 years. And about 184 of those units are for above moderate income households, so households making more than 120% of the Marin County area median income. And one of the strategies to demonstrate capacity for those 184 above moderate income units is this low impact clustered standards. As Jeff mentioned in his presentation early on in the housing element development process, we did an analysis of where the vacant sites are. And what we found is there's a number of large vacant sites with residential zoning that have been vacant for a long time. And so the strategy of these standards was to facilitate development of single family housing on those sites. Some of the biggest constraints to development on those larger hillside sites had to do with the cost of infrastructure. And so the concept here is that without changing the base zoning, without changing the density that's currently allowed in the zoning ordinance for those sites, to provide owners with the option of clustering the units in a way that offers economies of scale. So that it would, by clustering the units and preserving 75% of the site as natural open space, then the cost of building the infrastructure, the roads, extending the pipes, that kind of thing is lower. And so that facilitates development of the number of units that is already allowed in the zoning code. So that's how this fits in.
Okay. And so this is property that's already zoned for housing. It's just that it would tighten up some of the rules around ridgeline development, but also allow an option if they were the right configuration to do clustered. So again, this doesn't change the number of units the site is already zoned for, I guess. Just how they might be distributed on that property, right? If I've got that right. And none of them are public open space.
Correct.
Okay. So, right. So again, the clustering is just an option. It's not a mandatory thing. And it's, if we do this ordinance, it doesn't mean that everyone has a pass to go ahead and do clustered zoning. They would have to apply again, right, to actually, and they'd have to meet certain criteria to be able to do the clustered development. Sorry.
Okay, Andrew, nodding your head doesn't work. It's being recorded.
Yes, yes, that is correct. And maybe to illustrate it, as Jeff mentioned, it's really the RS6 sites that have the most capacity because of the size requirements in the base zoning, right? So if you have an RS6 site that under current zoning could accommodate 6 single-family units, the property owner would have the option to build 6 single-family units spread out throughout the site, or to cluster those 6 units on a portion of the site while preserving 75% of the site as open space. So that either option is available with them. The number of units that you can build is the same. The cost is different under clustering because presumably you would get the economies of scale that come from clustering and not having to build so many roads or extend infrastructure as far.
And also, everything would still have to go through the planning commission, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so there isn't any by right here.
Correct. This is discretionary review.
Yeah, and I have a few more questions and I'll let it go. So one of the questions I've heard a lot, and I read very carefully everything people send me, is people are concerned about hazards on some sites in town. But I believe that not only would people need to apply to the planning commission, but they're going to have to do their own project EIR for each of these. So like, let's just say I have this huge site and I do all the study and I determine that there's some spotted owls on one part of my property, right? That means that I'm probably going to be precluded from building on that spot. Right. So they're going to have to do their own.
Just to clarify, not everybody will have to do a CEQA EIR. They will have to comply with California Environmental Quality Act, which could include other options.
Okay, great. But they'd have to do their own study before they could. This is not just saying you can build wherever, regardless of what is going on at the site.
That's correct. So the EIR that's been certified includes mitigation measures, for example, for spotted owl and for other special status species. Any project with a potential impact to those special status species needs to comply with those mitigation measures. Additionally, if there is, because when we do a programmatic EIR, we don't know exactly where on these sites the housing will be built, and we don't know the precise building footprints or the heights or anything like that. If an actual project comes forward and wants to build, take advantage of the cluster option, they would need to do an analysis to understand if there's any project-specific or site-specific impacts that are not covered in the housing element EIR. And if that's the case, they would need to do potentially their own EIR to identify and mitigate any project or site-specific impact.
And just to clarify again, so they don't do that study. They pay the town to do the study.
That is correct.
So so there's the independence.
Right. So thank you. And I wanted to clarify that if anybody doesn't know, the EIR stands for Environmental Impact Report. All right. So just a few more. Let's see. So if a parcel is dedicated to open space, how permanent is that protection? Or if 75% of the parcel?
So I believe the standard process would be a permanent open space dedication or easement dedication of an open space easement.
So some future council or whatever couldn't come along and say, oh, well, now we want to do something with that. Let's let somebody build on it. It's set that it's going to be.
Right. The easement would run with the land.
So just in the zoning, it talks about recording and running with the land. So there would be a conservation easement or something of that nature that would be recorded and run with the land. So a future council couldn't change that unless they went through a lot of iterations to try to do so.
Okay, great. And I guess I'll ask other questions later. I want to give the
I think you
Floor
should
back to
ask all your questions.
well, I will. So I will ask this one. What are the impacts on our ability to get our housing element certified if we don't pass this particular piece of zoning? Just curious.
Well, I think HCD is, I think I've said this in the past, HCD is looking for a basket of many strategies that the town will implement to achieve its RENA. HCD, if you're putting all your eggs in one basket, banking everything on one strategy or even just a small number of strategies, then HCD considers that a risk. What if one of those strategies doesn't pan out? Then maybe you won't be able to achieve your RENA targets. And so having multiple different strategies, as we do in the housing element, and this being one of them, is having many arrows in the quiver, and is looked on favorably by HCD. And I think this is it's not a large number of units that we're achieving, but it is important because it's showing that the town is taking action to address constraints that exist for above moderate housing, right? In terms of the infrastructure costs of building on those larger sites that are already zoned for single family housing.
Okay, and then the houses, the primary houses, right? They can have accessory dwelling units as well.
They can.
Which might or might not qualify as affordable housing.
Yes. So I think what you can say is, by virtue of their size, they would be affordable by design. So they would, command more affordable rents. And then if the property owner decided to avail themselves of any of the incentives, the zoning incentives, for example, that are available, then they may wish to deed restrict an ADU for lower income households. And so it's quite possible that ADUs that are built to complement the single family, the primary dwelling units may be deed restricted for lower income households.
So some of them could count towards our lower income RENA. And in terms of the open space, which is kind of important to me, we're talking about public open space. So it would be open space that the public would have access to if the 75% that would be dedicated to open space, that would be public open space, right?
I think it would depend on the nature of the open space. I think the open space that we're looking at is there's some open space that's accessible to the public that maybe has like an existing informal trail running through it. That would be a candidate for like a public access easement. Then there's other open space, which would be, kind of a steep hillside, which that would be more of a candidate for kind of keeping in its natural state. And so anyway, that'd be all part of the planning commission determination process. They would have the flexibility to determine which open space could be publicly accessible and then which open space should just stay in its natural state.
Okay, I think that's all of the questions I have for now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Blash. Anyone else have questions? Councilmember Cutrano?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Quick, maybe not so quick. I don't know. So question as it relates to the actual process, right? So I think it's helpful to know that it's not by right. Thank you. And that this goes through a planning commission process. I think the other thing that was helpful is, again, the site-specific CEQA process is helpful to know that all of these steps are still involved and that it's either or. It's not just all these sites can do cluster and nothing else, but they could also do the more extensive, site like units all over the property kind of thing. If they wish, they could apply, submit an application for that. But I'm wondering, could you walk me through like a homeowner that has a property that would be affected by the zoning and they wanted to build a home. Can you walk me through what that process looks like?
Yeah, there'd be a development review permit required, so they would have to apply to to the town, and then they would go through the standard development review process, which would start with kind of a 30-day kind of completeness review period. Town staff would identify, okay, well, and for this particular site, it's in a ridge line, so we need to do some additional work related to that. There'd be like potentially geotechnical requirements. We would determine what the environmental mitigation measures that would apply. Is it a big enough site to require an EIR? Is it exempt from CEQA, but it still would require some of the mitigation measures that are in the housing element that to apply. So you'd have this process that would determine what studies would be required, and then also kind of relates to that what the environmental review process would be. And then once the application was complete, and all the environmental work was done, then it could kind of proceed to the planning commission. And then the planning commission would have a public hearing and a review process on that application. And then they could potentially make additional modifications to the project design. I mean, I'm kind of oversimplifying this, but that would be the overall process. So there'd be a lot of opportunities for public scrutiny over these particular projects.
Great. That's super helpful. So, and that environmental review process, depending on how extensive it has to be, could be very costly or could take a lot of time. I'm curious, so it's at that planning commission phase. I know there are sites, we've talked about sites at the open space committee in the past that may be subject to this type of overlay, but the concerns about those historic trails or what people have used as trails. So that's something that you're saying, you mentioned earlier, the planning commission would be able to discuss with the applicant or with the property owner to ensure that those are conserved as public access potentially as part of the process. How does that work?
Yeah, you'd have a greater ability to have those trails in public easements if the cluster option was pursued. If it's like just a kind of an informal trail that's been running through a property for years, but it doesn't have a public easement on it, under the standard development option, it would be difficult to require that property have a public access easement on it. Not impossible, but it'd be more difficult. With the cluster option, there's specific measures put into place that requires that 75% of the property be put into open space, and then it also has requirements that public easements be also put into place if public access is needed. So it would give you a greater ability to get those trails put into official public easements.
Just to clarify, there's no quid pro quo, so you couldn't necessarily require that it be a public access. You could require a conservation easement, try to do that, but I don't think you could necessarily require. And I would ask our town attorney, could you weigh in, Janet, on the mic, please, rather than just nodding the head?
I was just providing assurance to you that you were on the right track.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Okay.
we want to do full disclosure here. You couldn't necessarily always require a public access easement, but you could try.
Yeah, you could require that the 75% be put into open space.
Correct. And so it might be
And-
open space that you could, rather than looking at a bunch of houses dispersed on a hill, you'd be looking at the beauty and the visual corridors of open space, but it may not necessarily be a public access easement.
Yeah,
Correct.
you could request that.
Yes,
Okay.
it would be negotiated.
Okay, that's helpful. And clears some things up. The other thing I had a question on is relates to the 75% open space. So, some comments that I've heard relate to, the two ADUs plus a JADU plus a home. And then there's, but the ADUs the number of ADUs you could have, or whether or not you could have an ADU at all, depends on the overall size of the lot to begin with, and setback, and space on the sides of a property or a lot. The other question I had, though, that as it relates to this is, can you say that there are a number of lots, but adding an ADU does not allow you to reach 75% natural state based on the overall size of the lot? Does that mean that like that property could not have an ADU? So I don't know if that's clear.
Yeah, the current requirement, if you do pursue the cluster development option, you have to have the 75% open space. So you'd have to figure out another way to, if you wanted the ADU, you'd have to figure out another way to do the ADU. So
Got it. So if somebody decided to go the cluster route and they had this big vision for a number of homes, and then those homes could have an ADU and then potentially a second ADU, but like if it ended up running up against this 75% natural state that would need to be there to actually pursue the cluster option, then they couldn't actually add additional ADUs. Is that
correct. And you have to have a minimum lot size in order to get that additional ADU. Right now, state law requires that you allow for an ADU of a certain size, but it doesn't require that you allow 2 ADUs. So you just have to comply with state law. They could do a standard size house with an ADU, just like we can currently do in anywhere in town. But they couldn't get that second ADU unless they actually had the property that would allow for it.
Got it. Thank you. And then I have one final question for now, and then some comments I'll reserve for later. You mentioned, I was interested in the fact that, okay, this primarily addresses R6 zoning, and that there were about 5 sites that this would affect, and that this doesn't affect the upland residential zoning properties, or properties that are under that zoning framework. I'm curious, of those 5 sites that you'd identified, how many of them are affected by the standards for the narrow roads that would need to be improved? Do you have a sense? Is it all of them, or is it a portion of them?
I don't know. Andrew might have a better sense since you did the analysis, but it's we did kind of the math analysis on this. We did not have the we didn't have the capacity to go in and do kind of a site level analysis of each one of the sites.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Ackerman?
Yeah, and those are all helpful clarifications, and your presentation was clear. So just to state it one more time, clustering is an option. So the existing way of thinking about a large piece of property, that it would have to be divided up into lots, each one of which would have a house in it, and possibly ADU. That is still available if someone wanted to pursue that, but they could instead choose the clustering option and then cluster the units on that lot. And if they choose the cluster, and the expectation would be that there would be incentive to choose the clustering option, because it does save the developer a great deal. They don't have to bring the roads up, they don't have to bring the utilities up, and they don't have to develop on places that are very steep if there's another place that isn't as steep, for example. They would put the clustered housing in the best location. That also would be a benefit for the town in terms of not having someone trying to develop on a steep hillside that might be prone to landslides, which there's been a lot of concern about. So this could actually help to mitigate that. What is but if they have to make that choice, are they going to follow the clustering option, or are they going to follow the non-clustering option, and they can't mix or match between the two? They can just one or the other.
correct.
The limit is, was it a limit of 20 acres, at least over 20 acres that the clustering option would be available for? Or it's large lots, but what is that specific limit?
It's anything over 1 acre in size. However, you need to have enough land. The base zoning needs to, give you a certain number of units. It doesn't make sense to cluster one unit, right? You can't really
Yeah,
cluster one
right,
unit.
one
So you have to
be a cluster.
you have to be able to get 3 or 4 units. And so that
Yeah.
theoretically, the minute that we
Okay,
looked
so
at
there's
small
no
lots-
20 acres at all. I'd heard something about a
No,
20 acre limit and
no.
I didn't really see it in there. So that's what I was getting at. Yeah, so I think that's, given the other questions that have been asked, I think that's it for me for questions. I'll definitely have comments.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. Councilmember Hellman, any questions? I already asked my questions beforehand. So I want to get a show of hands. I think there's a lot of folks here to speak on this issue. Could you raise your hands if you're planning on speaking on this issue? No, I don't see a lot. Since it's a publicly noticed public hearing, for this one item, I will allow 3 minutes. For subsequent items, we're going to go back to 2 minutes, but I would like to go ahead and open the public hearing. And Christine, if you could make sure your timer's set at 3 minutes, that would be excellent. And could we have our first speaker come up to the mic and press the button? Press the button. I don't know what color it is, but yes, you got it.
All right. Pull it towards your, I'm sorry, pull it towards your mouth. Not
Okey-doke.
quite as close as I just did, but yeah, thank you.
How's that?
That's
Is that
perfect.
good? Okey doke.
And if you
I'm-
feel comfortable doing so, say your name.
Yeah. I'm Nancy Prickett. I'm not a super long-term resident of Fairfax. I'm merely 15 years. But I am a very heartfelt resident of Fairfax. I love this city.
Christine, the timer.
Okay. And one thing I noticed is that you guys talked about future councils not being able to change legislation. And yet this council is changing so many legislations. I wonder if that will actually hold true in the future. That is something that is of great concern. One thing that I also wanted to note is on the maps that you provide on the website, you show where the housing will be, and you also show the compromise parts of Fairfax, the slides, the, flood zones, the things like that. Basically, many of the sites that you're proposing to be built upon are very compromised. So I don't quite understand how that is really a good idea. The insurance thing, that goes without saying. And then I wanted to also address I live in an area where there are some easements, and I have to say that we have rather unpleasant situations with some of those easements where the easement holders have been aggressive towards the people that are using the open space, and I don't want to go further, but you're becoming the hillside and the ridge lines that you're proposing have been so long used by so many people, and the tenor is going to completely change when those things become monitored by private owners. Let's just say that. And, I love Fairfax, and I'm not saying that there shouldn't be housing, but I am saying that the way that this is being done feels like it will absolutely change the heart and soul of this town. And I think that's a tragic thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And please, folks, I know we like to clap when we're happy with what someone said, but it's not fair to everyone. So let's move on. And just to clarify, it was not legislation, it was easements that would take quite a lot to change. So next speaker, please, Mr. Gambardella, if you feel comfortable doing so, go ahead.
Tony Gambardella, 3 Snowden Lane. Including 615 Oak Manor in the housing element is a violation of the recorded settlement agreement between the town of Fairfax and Fairfax Hills. The settlement agreement on page 30 states, this agreement, its terms, conditions, rights, and obligations created herein runs with the land. I heard that term earlier today. The agreement is in place. The town attorney says the agreement has expired because there are no final maps found. I went to the county recorder's office and found final recorded maps. I have submitted written comments to Heather Abrams regarding the book and pages numbers of the final maps recorded, as well as the information regarding extensions that were granted due to the impending lawsuit against Fairfax Hills versus Town of Fairfax back in the day. One of the overall focuses of the housing element, when I read the document that you have posted on the website, is to retain Fairfax village-like quality with distinct neighborhoods and large surrounding visible open spaces. Including 615 in the housing element goes completely against that focus, allowing rezoning of land for multi-million-dollar homes on a ridgeline that was protected as open space by the settlement agreement that only allowed 2 houses on 615 Oak Manor, and those houses have been built. There's no more development up there, folks. These multi-million-dollar homes will not help the intention of affordable housing. The housing element was to help people that were low-income people in Fairfax that needed jobs that didn't have to move to Petaluma or Santa Rosa or even further. This is not the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, please no clapping. And I will also say, I think we need to look again. We did send staff to the county recorder's office. Let's just check that out again. Okay, next speaker, please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dave Caduto. I also live on Snowden Lane, and we are parties to the settlement agreement that the town of Fairfax is breaching. A few weeks ago in one of the local papers, the title was Fairfax passes EIR housing plan amid complaints. Council is not listening to constituents. How true can that be? And you represent, what is it, Diet and Beisha?
Don't speak directly to the council,
Sure,
please.
I'm sorry. Okay. I agree with everything that Tony said. All this is going to end up is an illegal action. Your false promises of open space, 75% open space, the first speaker mentioned exactly what you've done. You didn't care about the fact that the Fairfax Hills development was 80 acres with 20 parcels, 20 home parcels, and the rest dedicated to open space. But based on council's legal opinion, which is flawed, you have chosen to add that particular parcel into the housing element. I think you should pay attention to California Election Code 11,003, which is recalling of city officials and town council members. I also think
Stop applauding.
I also think that you should pay attention to a referendum that people are starting to talk about to fight this. You have put your finger on the scale in so many ways that are just despicable as a town council. I saw, now, Rob Schwartz was a neighbor of mine. I never had any issues with Rob whatsoever. But you put a memoriam to Rob on a city council agenda. I went back and I looked and I tried to find another memoriam for somebody, and it was only city officials that I could find. Your city, you're also, your frequent lunches, Ms. Kohler, with Rob during it just doesn't look good. The appearance of a conflict is as bad as an actual conflict. And you should be pay attention to
Please
standard
don't
care
speak
arguments.
to
Excuse me.
staff.
Your consultant should pay attention to standard of care arguments regarding his flawed preparation of the housing element. Damages are being accumulated by people. This is going to end up in legal action, and you have done nothing. And your false promises here, people, if we elect these people again, it's our fault. It's our fault.
Please speak to the council. And
Council, if you're elected again, it's our fault as citizens. Thank you very much.
thank you.
You should read this.
Please stop applauding. And I will say this, there are 3 adjournments in memory on this particular agenda. And we do them very frequently. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Miriam Weinstein. I'm wondering if that parcel up by the community church is still county land that they've zoned for housing, because that's going to impact us. It may belong to the county, but it's Fairfax. It's more units in town, more people. Those kids will not be going to a county school. They're going to be going to the local school. So I'm wondering if people are paying attention to that. And I gather it's too late for us to make that parcel part of Fairfax rather than the county. You know, that little shopping center with the 7-Eleven and the garage.
Yes, that's county.
Yes, that's county. So when they talk about the number of houses going to Fairfax, the houses they're planning there aren't being counted in, although we will have to live with those additional houses. So if there's some way to kind of think about that also. I also just sent everyone, and you're probably familiar with it, an article from the San Francisco Chronicle about a development that was blocked in Lake County due to the fire risk. They were going to put in a big development. The judge said, no, this is simply too dangerous. And I'm wondering why we have not taken that approach yet, because it's simply too dangerous. I mean, when they talk about evacuating the town, are they talking about people coming back in on our 2 road to get their kids out of school, to get their aging parents, to get their pets? It's not just one-way traffic. If there's a fire, there's people coming in. Plus, of course, we've got the valley evacuating through here. It's remarkably dangerous. I know that they've done a lot of work to harden the town, but all the work that's been done here was done in Paradise before the fire there. They had done everything we're doing, and it didn't save the people of Paradise, and it didn't save their town. It's just simply too dangerous. And really, we need to get together with Mill Valley and Larkspur and do a common lawsuit saying it's got to be stopped. I'm not blaming you. I know you guys aren't initiating any of this, and you'd probably rather it go away. But you're the people who are running the town. So please, thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Michelle Simonson. I don't even really know what to say. I've been all along saying how scary it is. I agree completely with Miriam, what Miriam said regarding the fire danger. I'm on those roads, stuck in traffic when there's nothing happening for ages. And I mean, we're toast if there's a fire. And the open spaces, was listening to the discussion about the possibility of easements and trying to keep the ridge lines open somewhat. And those things sound, better than nothing. But I really wish there was some other way to be able to keep our town. I know we're all changing, and yes, we need to make allotments for low income housing and all of that. But I'm just feeling extremely discouraged about the direction things are going for this little town that I love so much. And I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it. I mean, I've tried contacting higher ups like, our governor, and Anyway, I guess I just wanted to say that, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Michelle. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Rick Hamer, downtown Fairfax. Speaking primarily about 615 Oak Manor. There's a book written in the 19th century called Flatland by Edwin Abbott. If you've studied astrophysics, you would know this book. And in that, what we have here is we have three-dimensional thinkers, terrestrial thinkers, the town council trying to solve a RENA problem. And we have a community who is kind of scared of upland development, ridgetop development. But we have the HCD. The HCD are flatlanders. They're two-dimensional thinkers. They look at this whole thing as though it's an aerial projection. And they see it as 50 acres. And the county tax assessor, they're flatlanders. They look at it as 50 acres. A developer, in the eyes of a developer, another three-dimensional thinker, and speaking from as somebody who has purchased and developed more than one 50-acre parcel personally, they will look at this and they will see that the tax assessor who will assess it, appraise it at highest and best use, the value of condemning that property as a conservation easement or similar type of restriction will be worth a lot more than trying to go through all the legal hassles, all the delay of capital. It's going to be a much better payout, and developers are interested in the bottom line. They're interested in the money. So in the eye of the developer, the highest and best use of this property, 615, is as a conservation easement, period, except for the existing house. And that needs to be recognized. That will not be among the parcels which contribute to our housing RENA numbers. Although, because the flatlanders believe it will, they won't realize a three-dimensional being has reached in and moved things around. Read the book. You'll know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next speaker, please.
Michael McIntosh. First thing I'd like to make sure the entire audience knows, yes, this town council does change their mind on property that they have previously cited and called out as open space. For examples in our town, when we were deciding to build the housing at Victory Village, the hillside of 22 acres was promised by Barbara, as a matter of fact, that this would remain as open space. And later, in a last-minute ditch effort to try to get a second developer in, it was then given to the developer, zoned and separated in two parcels as R1, so we could list them for $550,000 each. I also cite to your attention the bait and swap when we said we'd keep the open space and horses up at Sky Ranch. The horses were pushed out. So clearly the public should not believe this council that you're going to maintain open space as open space unless it's to your benefit. I also do want to call into question the settlement at 615. I think your attorney can do a better job. The settlement, as I read it, it doesn't have a 1542. So it is subject to be challenged. There are tribal facts, as well as there are requirements on both sides. It's not terminated. It's not exterminated. It is something out there that has to be addressed. And I think above all, if the council member, Barbara, that wanted to bring forth this property to the housing element had behind the scene meetings with Rob, that's bad form. I think it should be a question of if Barbara Kohler Consulting benefited from that transaction. Thank you.
Okay, please stop clapping, and I will mention that I was recused from Victory Village. I made no promises. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. Christine Aralia, 116 Myrna Avenue, and member of the Emergency Preparedness Committee. I'm not speaking on that on behalf tonight. I am kind of new to town and admittedly new to this subject. So I'm really just here to ask questions, I think is what you were looking for. One question that I had is, it sounds like these properties are possibly undevelopable. And so concentrating it through, I mean, it's a great idea having a planned unit development and cluster development idea. But if they're not developable in the first place, then are you kind of, I think, putting at an advantage developers unnecessarily over an undevelopable lot? And so, that seems like a kind of a repeat theme that's coming up from other members of the public. And so I just really question how developable some of these lots are and really looking at that and what you should actually be allowing in the way of development. And then actually I want to flag another concern just about building in the wildland urban interface. It is creating a burden on Fairfax developing out in our rural areas and on our infrastructure and on hazard mitigation and emergency services. And so the more we can concentrate development closer to town, the better. Again, that planned unit development is kind of a good idea in that we're not spreading out services and building more roads than we should be. But at the same time, we could be putting more of a burden on our infrastructure than we should be unnecessarily. And we really need to be looking at these new developments to pay the true cost of development. And so I guess one other thought, and I'm sorry I didn't prepare any comments. I just wanted to ask questions. Can you actually require, proactively, where you are now in the seat that you're in, that open space is required to be open to the public as part of considering this topic tonight, and proactively doing it and not foisting it off on the planning commission to try and figure that out on a one-on-one, one-off basis, but, take that on and figure that out right now and do that as part of the action so that, and we all can come away from this feeling good, knowing that these properties are going to have dedicated open space open to the public in perpetuity. So I think, I don't know, those are just a couple thoughts I had. I guess one other thing, and maybe I missed it, is, home hardening again and again has been shown to be just critical for fire and safety, and it's home ignition to other home ignition that really causes fires. And I'll end on that. So thank you.
Next speaker, just one point is that 61% of the items in the regional housing needs assessment and the housing element was proposed for downtown. Next question or next commenter, I apologize.
Okay, my name is Michelle Padilla Good, and I'm a resident of Fairfax, also not extremely long, I think only about 13, 14 years. Maybe I'm just Johnny come lately and I've maybe have missed a whole meetings and talks and planning. All I'm hearing tonight and all I've been hearing in the last week or so is housing, affordable housing, making affordable housing and doing what has been required by the state. But what I haven't heard very much about, and again, maybe I just missed it, is the discussion about the amount of people that we have that live in this community, not just in Fairfax, but outside of Fairfax and just surrounding Sir Francis Drake. It seems to me that there's this focus as we do, as humans do, to focus on trying to fix one problem and then causing another problem. And what I'm very concerned about is that on any given day, Monday through Friday, sometimes Saturdays and Sundays, to get in and out of Fairfax takes 15 minutes to 20 minutes on a good day with normal traffic. Then you add schools and fires to the element. I've been watching and researching the campfire. Shockingly enough, they had just under 100 people die in that last campfire of theirs. They partially credit it to the fact that they changed from the fire prior to that, they learned a lot and they changed a lot of their zoning for their evacuations. They did an incredible job in their community, and yet they still lost their community. The research that two quotes that I want to bring to this meeting tonight that comes from the survivors of the last campfire in Paradise. One survivor said, "If the roads become gridlocked, it's not a good plan. If the roads become gridlocked, it's not a good plan." And Paradise had a very good plan, and their roads still got gridlocked like ours do on a daily basis without fires. Now we want to add more people and housing to the already people that are out there on the roads. The other person I quoted says, "We had the plan. Transportation was the problem. When there are more vehicles on the road that the road can handle, there's a problem."
Thank you.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. Someone said I never said anything fun. It's been raining. Hallelujah. We're about $1.5 million into this process. The time to have done something else was a long time ago, as many of us had said. Many people have spoken. They'll be more eloquent than I am. I just have something I'd like a clarification on. At 7:10 this evening, the mayor said, if we cluster the houses, at least you won't be looking at houses on the hill because they'll be clustered lower down. So I'd just like you to clarify that, because if you're talking about houses on a hill, that means we no longer have ridgeline protection. Isn't that right?
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Frank Ager, Meadow Way. I have sent you all 6 pages of my comments on item number 2 to be included in the record. All of my comments can be proven in the official town council minutes that are in the safe from 1966 to 2005. The town safe. If you adopt this set of ordinances, you will destroy 50 years of careful land use planning and the protection and preservation of Fairfax ridgeline, scenic corridors, steep, unbuildable hillside parcels, and both private and public open space. The state legislation passed by Senator Scott Wiener was actually written by lobbyists for developers, and Fairfax is just going along with it. Multi-million-dollar estates being built on these properties will not provide any affordable housing for Fairfax. Issues your plans and proposed zoning ignores are they're included in the wildland urban interface zones. Known habitat for listed species included northern spotted owls and parcels with known landslide. We know about where the landslides are. Bernita and I have just received a notice of insurance non-renewal. 3 weeks of searching for insurance has resulted in the California Fair Plan for us, an increase of $7,000 in our homeowners policy. So we're going from $2,000 to $9,000 a year to cover our home. As more and more housing providers in Fairfax receive their non-renewal notices, rents will skyrocket in our town. A few of the sites your proposal will open up for development by clustering include upland residential zones. We modeled RUR 10 and 7 zones after Marin County's A60 zone. Neither Fairfax nor Marin County has ever allowed cluster zoning on those parcels. Thank goodness none of you are supervisors, because you would open up West Marin development for development with cluster development of ag zones. That's what cluster zoning happens. That's the result of it. 615 Oak Manor Drive. A Fairfax agreed upon Marin County Superior Court order limiting development at Fairfax Hills is still in effect. Your attorney was not here when Fairfax approved the court order. Why does she always come down on the developer side? 615 Oak Manor Drive is not zoned RS6. It never has been zoned RS6. Your attorney has no proof it was ever zoned R6 because we never zoned it RS6.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you. We're going to move on.
You don't want to hear the rest of it, huh?
No, Frank, I've given people 3 minutes.
You're going to destroy our town. You're going to destroy
Thank
our
you,
town.
Frank. Thank you,
We're
Frank.
trying to elect you to destroy our town.
Thank you, Frank. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Barbara Heffley. I'm not from Fairfax. I'm from the San Geronimo Valley. I hope I'm welcome.
Yes.
Fairfax is our front yard. Fairfax is basically our town, where we go shopping, where we socialize. It's also where we commute to and from. I'm very concerned about the traffic. I'm very concerned about emergency egress. About 10 years ago, there was a water main break on Sir Francis Drake, and you would have thought the town did come to a complete standstill. You couldn't get in, you couldn't get out. Emergency vehicles couldn't get there. They couldn't stop the water. And there were 5 or 6 hours that kids were
to
waiting
the
at school.
council.
So the issue is, if you're going to add roughly another 1,000 cars coming in and out of Fairfax, what happens to the egress in emergencies, and what happens to the egress just even for basic commuting? Also, has there been an analysis of the number of people in Fairfax who have lost their fire insurance? I have, in the Valley, and I'm deeply concerned that even these homes may or may not be able to be insured. So as part of this proposal, whatever you call it, I would like to suggest there's something that guarantees that these homes can be insured with listed insurance entities that are willing to take on that risk. Because people put their life savings into these homes and then they lose their life savings. And clusters. It sounds like a great idea on paper. All the reasons that you've noted. Can it be mandated? Can it be something that is required to the developers, that if these developers come in and are going to put in 200, 300 homes, that they actually design the areas to embrace the concept of clusters for all the reasons you noted? And then one other question. You mentioned ADUs, and you mentioned that the ADUs have in generally a lower footprint. And those ADUs, number one, can they be used as Airbnbs? And would they be used as an offset for the low-income housing? So if I have a bigger home and I have 2 ADUs, and I promise that I'm going to use those for low-income housing, is that an offset to the low-income developments, or the low-income housing numbers that are being planned in other areas? Do you understand that question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Will Silverthorne. I think that I'm just going to ask a series of questions and hope you have the time to consider them. Number one is, have you considered the liability that you're undertaking, especially with regard to what is generally described as 615 Oak Manor? That property, when it went before the judge, he described it as being very unsettled, dangerous, etc. I understand that even you or your geologist has said it has problems. So the last time there was a slide on it, there was lawsuits that went on forever, and it was a huge, huge hit to this town. Number two is, well, let's see, I covered that. Liability consideration. The insurance, it's difficult for people in this community to get insurance right now, and it's getting worse. So that's going to be another problem. It's going to get worse with this because any development in, well, the two areas that I'm thinking of are on the hillside, especially the area on Oak Manor, is going to cut off the ability of the fire department to fight any fire. Sure, if that building that they put on there catches on fire, they could get to that maybe, but it isn't going to give them the opportunity to go beyond that. And we've had one huge fire up there already. This is probably before any of you guys came here and lived here. But I can remember coming home and being told I couldn't go up to my home because the fire department was up there. We had a DC-3 coming in and dropping materials to put out the fire. Okay, what was the other thing? You have indicated that it's going to require two roads if there's any change in this zoning gets changed and anybody wants to build or develop the property. Well, what's to say that you're going to hold them to that? Oh, don't tell me that there's the planning commission. You've already changed your mind once. That's why some of Oak Manor doesn't belong to the city.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I have some brief comments here tonight. I'd like to start out with a compliment. I commend you for finally returning to allowing us 3 minutes to speak. That's the wisest thing you've done in years. Congratulations. I really appreciate it, and I think the rest of the town does. It's a step in the right direction towards listening to us. Thank you. That being said, I question the large increase in unnecessary spending on what seems to be questionable town council conduct and questionable legal counsel far beyond budgeted amounts. I question if any town council members need to recuse themselves from housing-related voting. I call for each town council member to provide disclosure of conflicts of interest as is required before any vote, and in particular before any housing-related votes, as legal counsel can inform you and the FPPC can inform you. As an example, I question whether the Vice Mayor, Lizelle Blash, is still advocating on behalf of her former employer, MEHC, and whether that's Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative, a group of 20 or 30 different affiliated entities that benefit from clustered housing and workforce housing, everybody, is still advocating on behalf of her former employer, MEHC, and whether she is legally entitled to vote on any housing-related matter. Is anyone else on this council helping their friends to develop properties and to develop Fairfax? Who will profit from the development of Fairfax? I insist, this town insists on full disclosure. Is anyone receiving any campaign donations from parties that might benefit? If so, please disclose prior to any forthcoming vote. And as legally required, please recuse yourself. I have to also question this town council's prohibition of clapping to the public, but allowing themselves to clap. This is an unreasonable double standard and prohibition of free speech. If any of you feel like you cannot properly represent the public according to the laws of the state of California, please resign now. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Okay, let's please refrain from clapping. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name's James Cosgrove.
Could you speak directly into the mic. You have to get really close to it.
I'll get really close to it. My name is James Cosgrove. I came up here to talk on a couple specific issues. But the one thing that has come up is fire concern and traffic. And my question to you is, it kind of ties into the insurance companies. And yes, I'm one of the people also that my insurance has jumped 350%. My question is the evaluation of these insurance companies taking a look at these towns as we further do densification in these areas, and what are their models for that on a bigger macro level? But there has to be a model or a formula under the environmental impact study that we're doing. I mean, is an environmental impact study people's survival and getting out in a fire? So my question is that the added traffic that's going to come into this town, there has to be some type of formula that can be evaluated by this town or by the consultants that we've hired to take a look at that and find out what the throughput or whatever the buzzwords are going to be regarding the safety, and overlay that on top of fire code or some standards that are set by the state. I understand that there's lawsuits going up and down and litigation up and down this state from Huntington Beach to Beverly Hills and right here in Mill Valley. And so I just challenge the council, because I'm not saying this is a job above your pay grade. I've just started to get involved with this, and these are complex issues. And I wonder, can we render, I have a minute left. Are we able to yield our time to somebody else? When I'm
No.
standing up here? No. Okay. Because I wanted to give it to Frank. He doesn't even know me, but I wanted to give it to him. So that's the one question. And the other question I had for the gentleman who did on the School Street, and I have a specific questions. We're giving density bonuses on School Street. And I was here on the 14th. And if I remember correctly, if we build a certain amount of homes or multifamily homes at School Street, that they don't have to comply to the parking compliance, that it's going to be a one-off, that they'll have different parking requirements. Where do those cars go? And so now all of a sudden we're talking about an added cost to the city of finding a parking structure or something else to accommodate these additional cars. But last said, somewhere along the way, what towns that have similar traffic issues are we modeling after that are successful in arguing against the state? Are there exceptions?
Thank you.
Thanks.
I just want to mention School Street Plaza is not impacted by this zoning, and there is no specific proposal in for School Street Plaza. No, there's no proposal at this time, but it is not impacted by this particular zoning. Next speaker, please.
Mallory Gardheim, long-term resident from Fairfax. I've seen the changes. I've also seen the changes with the council and what happens here. And many times we've had 10 or 20 people speaking and they have the same opinion. And then there's two people that have a different opinion, and you seem to go with them and not with the majority of the people who show up here. Clap if you like. Okay. And
Mallory, please just keep your comments directly on the subject.
this is part of the subject.
Okay.
My subject
thank you.
is how this is run. And I don't know what the legal thing is about free speech, but I think clapping may be considered that. Speaking about legal part, we have a lawyer that does not fight for Fairfax. If we fought for Fairfax, we could maybe go to Sacramento and deal with and explain what's going on. That doesn't happen. We just surrender and roll over to whatever Sacramento is telling us to do, rather than explaining that people will die if we have a fire. There is one route of egress. And you guys, if you keep doing this, this is going to be on you. and it's going to be under law. And we're not going to succeed as human beings if there's or a town if there's a fire. And I think that should change. Hold on. The Ridgeland, I don't know who's doing the monitoring of this, but it can't support houses. And you're saying that we're going to build houses and they're going to have ADUs. And you know what those ADUs will be used for? They're guests. They're not going to be rented out to people who are working here who need places to live. And you're going to build $1 million houses on the edge of very volatile land. And then they're going to have people who are guests, and they're not going to do anything to help the population who want to live here. So I would really just hope that you guys change how you do this. I was at I went
Thank
to
you,
a.
Mallory. Thank you.
The planning
Thank you
commission
very
is
much.
much nicer than you guys.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in the room?
Hi there, Brent Scharschmidt from 38 Manorview Drive. I've lived here for 6 years now. My wife grew up in Fairfax on Portia Street and went to Manor Elementary. We were hunting for homes 5 years ago. Luckily, we found them when we could. And we went on a Saturday to an open house.
Could I ask the people in the back of the room, please stop speaking or leave the room? Thank you.
Went to an open house at the top of our now hill and almost stopped driving on the way up because we thought there's no way we're going to live on top of such a huge hill. But then we got up there and we realized it was just gorgeous. Hills in the distance, open space all around. And we decided to raise our boys there, Rory. This is Rory, 4.5, who wanted to talk but now is feeling shy. I am here to oppose the development of 615 because it's just simply beautiful. I go out there a couple days a week in the morning before anyone else is awake. I walk up the Loma Alta Fire Road. I see bunnies sitting on the hill. I see coyotes probably looking for the bunnies. I see deer. I know it's private land, but it's continuous with beautiful county open space, and building large houses there would really destroy a lot of what makes it special, and it would take it away forever. Anything you want to say, Rose?
Yeah.
Okay, he's gonna.
I think she's too
She's not there.
shy.
Too
Thank
shy.
you very
Thank you.
much. Next speaker, please.
I'll just keep it brief because I just wanted to add a data point that might be helpful. We did lose our fire insurance, my husband and I, and we already had the Fair Plan Act for our original insurance. And then we got from our old insurance company a bunch of satellite images. And they said because we were so close to the open spaces up there, that they deemed it too big of a wildfire risk. And so even with paying the Fair Plan Act, we still got kicked off of our original insurance. And then now we're paying more for another company. So I do think there is something to consider with being up on these ridges, and especially with this clustering and having open spaces. Because what we got back was, hey, we just took a bunch of photos of your house. There's a bunch of trees near you, and now we're not going to insure you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in the room? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom, please. Christine. Could you tell me how many hands are up?
There are 7 right now.
Okay, thank you.
The first speaker is Tuna Fish. Tuna Fish, you are unmuted.
I'm going to talk fast. Knock, knock. Where was the public open time tonight? It needs to be at the beginning of the meeting, and no 2 minutes just ain't enough, period. As for clapping, National Republican debate on TV, well, clapping happens. It's not a crime, and perhaps the council should pay attention to engaged citizens. Perhaps they are communicating with you and you should listen. And no, it ain't a popularity contest, etc. Please do listen to the involved and interested electorate. You've heard from a lot of folks tonight about building. Listen to them. We are a small hilly town with narrow, steep, decrepit, badly maintained roads, extreme fire dangers, limited water, along with serious egress problems. Public transit really sucks and traffic is really terrible. We do have work to do before adding more people and more cars. We are creating more and worse future problems than we are solving. And if we are actually solving anything, we are not dealing with our environmental or infrastructural realities. Krishnamurti said, "It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society." Are we well maladjusted or what? State mandates are flawed and need to be fought, and too much of our gyrating machinations and gaming to fit them are insanity. We need good and sane planning for our terrain, including the water, fire, roads, infrastructure, and transportation. Working and living within our environmental constraints is not NIMBY. It is no different than having a budget and living within our means. We are already failing to maintain our roads. Material and labor costs are continually going up as resources become scarcer. I fear that we are creating future problems here, and we are failing to address the basic issues of population, education, air, water, soil on a larger scale in our consume to increasing environmental destruction and dysfunction. We could choose and act differently. Probably won't, but we could. As for 615 Oak Manor, I was there at the meetings with Layton Hills 20 plus years ago. Building allotments up there have already been used and traded for the buildings by the 7-Eleven, period. Listen to the folks who gave you specific maps and data earlier tonight. Where are we building? We need to build. We need affordable housing. I mean, that's kind of a joke. It's like, if you can consider, $200,000 places affordable for rent, we've got problems. We need to work on them. And I don't like how it's so animosity between everybody. It's like, come on, we all live here. We're neighbors. Can we be friends? Can we have some potlucks? Can we get along? Can we work on our problems? And we need to fight the state. It's just insanity, it's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society. And we have a sick society.
Thank you, Sarah. Next speaker, please. Just a comment. This is a special meeting. This is not a regular meeting, so we do not have open time at special meetings. Our next regular meeting is January 24th, when we will have open time. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Kirsten, and Kirsten, you are unmuted.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
The title of my comments tonight are Save the Open Space that we saved with zoning protections 50 years ago. Our town attorney has referenced that the recorded open spaces of the people of Fairfax worked hard to protect for over 15 years are not available. That's just not true. This requires more discovery. It is of my opinion that our attorney is recommending breaching the agreement of those past recorded documents. We need to ask ourselves, what is the motivation behind not trusting, for instance, Frank Egger's testimony that these documents exist? He was a mayor 7 times and took part of these zoning changes himself to protect open space. It's disrespectful to not listen to the current elders of this town, and especially ironic when you speak of respecting the elders of the native peoples at the beginning of every meeting, which I also agree with. Some of these open space warriors have devoted their lives to making Fairfax what it is today. Why aren't you listening? It took over 50 years of careful planning, litigation, initiatives, referendums to keep what brought many of us here to this beautiful place in the first place. They were the mayors and the council members, and they fought to save Fairfax over many years. I want them named. They include Aragoni, Pagani, Wilson, Souza, Parkinson, Gately, Gray, Garrison, Sherman, Baker, Tremaine, Caldero, Garigelli, O'Neill, Reed, Lacroix, Frank Egger, and Larry Bragman. Please listen to them and to your constituents who are trying to remind you repeatedly that this is
Please
already
stop
saved
clapping.
open spaces. This is already saved open space, and that you are now trying to package this as a giveaway to RENA. It's disgraceful. I agree with what Tony and many people have said tonight. The bait and switch that Michael McIntosh referred to did occur behind Victory Village, for instance. That land is not open space as what it was originally promised. How can we trust you, the town council, on your word around anything that references the phrase open space when you continue to try to take it back from our community? Again, Diet and Baya's final pragmatic environmental impact report mistakenly lists many of the previously saved, that's capitalized, saved, public and private open space parcels as available for clustered hillside development. Reject this firm's advice. Take care of the town and our land. I urge the town council to irrevocably say no to this disastrous proposal. We love our town. Don't destroy it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Deb Lee. Deb, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Clerk. Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. Let's not kid ourselves. The many vacant hillside sites have remained undeveloped because of the current zoning. 1 house per 10 acres in UR10, because site calls have prohibited a developer from coming in and putting 10 houses in there. Changing this to clustering cuts off the legs of that protection. There was a comment by Mayor Kohler, who said that clusters would make housing be placed lower and not in the ridge lines. Councilmember Ackerman echoed that. I don't see that language in these documents. I think perhaps that language should be added, that if any clustering is allowed, that the clusters be placed on the lowest possible point of the property. That would be a requirement. Some of the language mentions, besides the primary residence of 3,500 possible square feet plus a 500 square foot or less garage, a communal building with kitchen, also recreational shared space, also galleries, artist studios. How many? There's no mention of how many of these units can be built. Mayor Kohler mentioned independence of new developers, EIRs being a requisite. I'm wondering which independent vendor created the EIR for this deal. And I do want to applaud Mayor Kohler giving the residents 3 minutes and mentioning neighborliness, because we all here are a community, and what has been happening in the past several years has been a really ugly divisiveness and treating us as if we're children who are not to be heard. So this 3-minute business has resulted in some calm and a little whiff of what we used to have when we came together in this room. So thank you for that. And get rid of that dang bell. Every time it rings here at my house, my dog gets scared and runs out the door. I feel like I'm in middle school getting alarmed out for the next class. We're all capable of knowing when our time's up. So thank you again for hearing me.
Thank you, Deborah. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Lynn, and Lynn, you're unmuted.
Hi, I would like to request that the clerk say, for instance, Lynn is next, and then following Lynn is Bob, just so you have time to run back into the room that you're talking on. I would appreciate that. And I also wanted to say that it's really nice to see new people at the meetings. That's refreshing. I wish people could hang in there and come all the time or participate. I want to say, please listen, excuse me, to Frank Egger. Yeah, I feel like a broken record. I feel like in it one ear and out the other. I don't know why he doesn't have a seat up there for the town historian. Really, respect. He must have respect. And I'm sure at some point in history, perhaps one of you would like to have some respect too of the time that you've served for the town. But I think Frank is one of the last few historians that we have. I want to agree with all the speakers that called. That called in. That's really important to me. But I would like you guys to prove before a nail gets put in any property in this town that we can evacuate. The proof is in the pudding. Prove it. We have to have actions. We have to have fire drills that actually get people up and out of their homes in the middle of the night at 3 o'clock when school's getting out, when you've got one kid there and one kid there, and how are you going to get everybody together? If San Geronimo's closed, all those people from out there have to come this way. I mean, you have to prove it. Actions speak louder than words. You guys are talking fantasy when you think we can go. I mean, I remember the Berkeley fire. I don't know where you guys were, but I was right here watching it, and it was frightening. And I have seen the fires up in Oak Manor, and I have seen the Wall property go up in smoke. So I would like it to be proven that that can be done. I don't really understand how these things can change in the future, the way you guys are working with the ridge lines. It just doesn't seem right. I mean, why do you think everybody went through so much trouble? I also wanted to say, I was wondering, I noticed that a couple in town council, that would be Stephanie and Chance, were protesting with the DSA and the Berkeley Rent Board.
Hey, that's separate from this topic. Please stay on
Okay.
topic.
Okay, then I'll just say this. I would like to know who on the town council would ever, as a homeowner and renters, who will stand in protest with us and how we feel about things in the town that are going on. Ridge lines, building, everything.
Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. Please stop clapping. Do you have more comments on this topic?
This topic is, it needs to go back to the drawing board and we need to fight. We need to fight. You guys know how to fight. We know how to fight. We fought for getting rid of plastic. We fought for styrofoam. You know, we fought for a lot of things in this town. And I don't know why we're not fighting for this. It's too easy of a rollover. It's just, I don't know. I'm tired. I really want the town seal to just turn into a big hand because I don't always feel like we're listened to. I hear the Wall property. I'm happy with what's happening there, but is that a guarantee? I don't know. So that's how I feel. Who's going to stand for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Next speaker, please. Please stop clapping. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Barbara, followed by Johnson. And Barbara, you're unmuted.
Hi, this is Barbara Petty, 272 Forest Avenue. I'm just really dismayed that this council is reversing the good and hard work that was done by prior councils. We have a ridgeline ordinance, so I don't understand why we would plan for houses on the ridgeline. I was super surprised that Councilmember Kohler said that future town council members would have a really hard time changing zoning when you know that the Forest Avenue lots were purchased by prior councils for open space, and yet you want to change the zoning to multi-unit housing. And you've already made a deal with a nonprofit builder. I mean, that's just outrageous. Perhaps you should think about what kind of legacy you want to leave. And I'm really hoping that you do the right thing because this is just wrong and infuriating. And please think about your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one clarification. I did not talk about zoning. It was talking about an easement and changing a recorded easement is a more difficult thing. So just to clarify that. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Johnson, followed by Jane. Johnson, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
John Reynolds. I'm about a 45 a year resident of Marin County. I'm concerned about what happens in every jurisdiction, including Marin City and the canal. I currently live in the canal. I'm very much concerned, of course, for the land and the environment. My heart goes out to the Native community that originally was part of the land and lived on the land, and we need to preserve that relationship with the Native community as well as with the environment. I take that very seriously. At the same time, I've been following what Marin Environmental Housing Coalition has been doing. They're very concerned about the environment as well. One of the things in their name is environmental housing. So we're very concerned about the housing. At the same time, we're very concerned about people, disabled people, seniors, people of color, low-income people that need to be able to live in the county and work in the county as well. That's a concern I have as well. And these kind of things, that the housing element, I understand maybe that this is one of the options to make sure that some of these developments are actually developed. That's the idea from the state, and I support that you have all kinds of options and buffer, so that you can ensure the possibility of providing housing for people who need it, who need affordable housing. That's where I stand. That's a moral issue for me, that the environment and the Native experience needs to be represented and concerned about and supported, but also the needs of low-income workers, essential workers, people of color, disabled people. So every place, in every jurisdiction in the county, as part of the responsibility to allow people that have a long time have to move with the environment, pollute the environment, to come here to go to their jobs. They should have the possibility of living in workforce people as well as more low-income people have that possibility. So this is an option, I think. Put the development cluster and preserve 75% of the land. That's reasonable for me, and I support you proceeding with supporting cluster housing on 25% of the land in that area. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Jane, followed by Christy. Jane, you're unmuted.
First big thank you goes out to reinstating the 3-minute. That's gone a long way to help get rid of the toxicity that has risen. In the 40 years I've lived here, I've never seen such bad vibes between the citizens of Fairfax and the town council as I have seen lately. It's made me not want to come to the meetings, or it turns my stomach. I haven't been able to attend, but I'm here because this is very important, what's about to happen. I beg you, stand up and fight for us. You don't have to roll over to Sacramento and Mr. Wiener. Our town attorney should have some backbone. All of you, let's go for it. Fight for Fairfax. Try. Join hands. There are other municipalities up and down the coast of California who are hanging on to their sanity and common sense and resisting this sort of thing. It's insane. We'll all die. If you do this and we add all these 450 or however many units and people and cars on our already bad roads that don't work, we can't get in and out of town at certain hours of the day anyway. I totally support everybody who said we need to have an evacuation drill at 3:00 in the morning or when schools are getting out. Sanity, reason. I mean, the boat is full. This is not a popular concept, but this boat is full. Our roads can't handle more, our water, our everything else, our insurance, my insurance, I'm barely hanging on to it. They're raising it by 20%. Nobody's going to have insurance. You can't add more housing and expect anybody to be able to live here at a certain point. It's not working. Please, back up and think about it. It's not too late. It would take 8 years to implement all this. That's 8 years we can fight. Join hands with Larkspur, with San Rafael, with San Anselmo. What about Woodacre and Geronimo? What's going to happen to them if we stack and pack Fairfax? They're not going to get out of here either. We will all die on the road trying to get out. It's not a good idea. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little too excited. Barbara, you said something about 60-some% of this would be in downtown Fairfax. How is that going to happen? Does that mean we're going to have high rises in downtown Fairfax like we see in San Rafael? Boxes? Our little old buildings are not going to be able to handle multiple floors on top of them and be earthquake, sustainable. Already, it's really bad. It's not really, you're trying to solve one problem and creating far worse problems and not addressing them. That's the worst part of it. It's like looking at an elephant and concentrating on one toenail. There's a great big beast that needs to be addressed. And we need you. We need you to fight for us, not for organizations.
Thank you, Jane. Next speaker, please. Could you tell me how many more hands are up, Christine?
We have 3 more hands. Christy, followed by Mary. Oh, someone just put their hand down, so it's 2 more.
Okay, Christy followed by Mary.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Christy, you're unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the 3 minutes, Council. It's much appreciated. I want to thank every person who's spoken from a place of thoughtful, insightful, passionate, informed information that's been shared. And I'd like to challenge our council to the legacy of maintaining what Fairfax stands for. If you look at the seal behind all of you, this is a town, it's not a city, it's not a flat land. I'd love to know if any of you have had to pick up a child from a school that's being evacuated. I work in the schools. One school being evacuated will absolutely gridlock every street, let alone we talk about, well, we can go to Archie when we leave Fairfax. I think we really have to take a very, very sound look at our ability to evacuate this area and to be able to have a hardened environment to go to. Archie's kind of out of the options right now. So I think we just have to think a whole lot bigger than the myopic of Fairfax. And I'd like to express some really significant concerns around the programmatic EIR. There were some really intensely researched responses that were given. And yet when I went back and reread, every single one of them was given the same rubber stamp of easily mitigated with X, Y, or Z. I'd love to know how we mitigate the entire town trying to leave at the same time. And yet it's easily mitigatable by the plan. I'm on our Firewise committee. We can't get out of Oak Manor. I did a little timing the other day on a Saturday when a fire truck had to come up the hill. It was 10 minutes from the time that the first call went in to where the vehicle came up the hill. The next emergency response came up in 14 minutes. You'll be sitting at the bottom of this hill for 30 minutes trying to get past Manor School, either in the morning or afternoon, let alone the traffic coming from Whitehill. So I really feel like a lot of the responses that were given on the EIR were just really cookie cutter and had nothing to do with the significance or relatable to the town of Fairfax. And I'd like to ask, studios, galleries, fitness rooms, are those residential or are they retail?
We're not answering questions at this point.
Putting the question out there. Pipeline project. It sounds like 615 is already a pipeline project. I'd like us all just to hold the picture of Brent holding Rory. And that's
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mary, and she's followed by Skylar. Mary, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. My name is Mary Vidal, and I lived in Fairfax my entire life, which I'm grateful for. I'm on the Firewise Committee. I'm an EMT. And I've been following these issues for several months and attending many of the council meetings. And I've written to all of you on the town council. I've also donated to the Wall property to help preserve that open space. And I am not against fair housing in Fairfax. I believe there is a need for low-income housing where our workers can afford to live. But I'm disheartened and sadly questioning the credibility, transparency, and the integrity of some of the council members and town staff. My concerns are about evacuation routes that have been mentioned tonight, the water shortages, since we will have future droughts, the insurance cancellation issues up here. I wish the town was fighting more for all of us to be able to insure our homes at an affordable rate. And I question really how much of our open space will be cut off and we will not have access to it as we do now. I'm wondering why, or if it's possible that we can put on the upcoming ballot to have the Marin Town and Country property rezoned, because Michael McIntosh has presented at several meetings that he would like to develop that property there, which makes much more sense as an appropriate site close to schools and transportation. It's level, there would be parking. I don't feel that there's any guarantee at all that this housing plan will truly provide sufficient housing for moderate to low income. The ADUs that everybody's talking about, why are they not going to become Airbnbs or private additional spaces for the homeowners, such as home offices or pool houses? So I feel this is super irresponsible to push through and allow all these developments that will forever change the character of Fairfax and the quality of life that we have here. And we pay a lot for that and we appreciate it. And I would like the town to also go to the state and fight and make a case for why we cannot develop to the numbers that we are being asked to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Skylar, our last speaker, and Skylar, you are unmuted.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for the time to talk here. In the beginning of the meeting, you said that you would answer questions. So I'd like an answer to my question. Have you as a council studied Paradise or other towns that have dealt with evacuations and spoken with them to determine if we're making the same mistakes? Are you operating in a vacuum and assuming everything will be fine, that evacuations will just work? Or are you actually discussing this with other communities that have experienced emergencies? I'm skeptical that any genuine consideration is being given to evacuation and safety. If we can't trust the town to fix a single road leading up to the reservoirs, replacing it with a 10-minute red light and turning the road into a one-way street, how can we trust you to develop a proper evacuation plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on Zoom?
There are no more speakers.
Okay, thank you. I want to close the public hearing. Andrew, could you turn off that microphone, please? It creates background noise. So closing the public hearing, bring it back to council. But before I open it up for deliberations, a couple things to answer a few of the many questions that were asked, and then I'll ask staff. As far as insurance rates, that's not something that the town has the ability to make any headway on, but I mentioned at one of the previous meetings that the governor and the insurance commissioner worked with the insurance companies in the state to allow them to use another factor in their analysis of fire risk in the state that they haven't been able to use. So I believe it will take effect in 2025. That's not to say that the rates are going to be really cheap. In fact, they will probably go up. But that is something that the insurance commissioner and the governor tried to do to ensure this is not a Fairfax issue alone. This is happening throughout the state. So that's one issue. Just another issue. And then I want to just raise one question specifically about a change we may be able to make, is that there was some talk about changing what previous councils have done. And I believe in your presentation, but also on my read through on the Ridgeline ordinance, there's very few changes. And in fact, what there is a lot of enhancements to make things better should there be a development. But asking a few of the questions that were raised, or maybe I can answer one of them. Somebody asked, can Airbnbs be short-term rentals? Can ADUs be short-term rentals? And the answer is, for any that were built after January 1st, 2020, they cannot be by law. And then a couple of things someone else asked, or maybe the same person asked, can ADUs be counted towards the lower income levels? And the answer is that ADUs were independent of a specific development. So those numbers are based on a formula, on what we've achieved so far and what's possible based on the Housing and Community Development's formula. And so they are considered independent. So if there were one that was deed restriction with a deed restricted for lower income on a property that is part of this zoning, that could be counted towards lower income. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then I tried to jot down a lot of the questions. I'm not sure that I got them all, but one question I have, there was a lot of questions about fighting the state. We appealed our RENA allocations and were turned down, and everybody else was turned down that appealed. There was one area in the East Bay that appealed, and they got a minor change, something like 15 units, but they were allocated to the city next door. So there were no big changes. And as far as fighting the state, one of the things I brought up at a couple other meetings, there's a couple of cities that the AG's office and Housing and Community Development are going after and potentially putting them into receivership, where they will make all the decisions. And one city in particular cannot make any decisions and turn anything down until they complete their housing element. So I want to say that I support what we've done so far. And I think we need to think about who's waiting on us at those restaurants in town and where they're going to live. But there's also a requirement for above moderate income, and that's what we're trying to do. I do have one question. The idea and the concept is that clustering would generally be on the lower part of the property because that's close to the infrastructure, to the roads, etc. Is there a way for us to be specific that where the option of clustering is used, that they should be clustered towards the bottom of the property rather than towards the top of the property? Could we make those changes in the language?
Well, I think it's already in the ordinance because that's the whole purpose of the Ridgeline Protection Ordinance, is that you are placing the homes below the ridge line. And so there's an actual visual analysis that's completed, sometimes including story poles, where you can physically see where the homes are being placed and make certain that they're below the ridge line. So that's already in the Ridgeline Protection Ordinance, and we're not changing that.
Well, I'm wondering if we could be more specific than that, because I don't think it's coming across. And, um, and so we can kind of hold that, you can look for that. But I wonder if we could add some specific language that's clear is because of those factors, that if you were going to undertake the clustered option, things should be closer to the roadways rather than higher up on the ridgelines. And I understand that it would be very hard to do things on the ridgelines the way it's written, but I'm just wondering if we could be more specific. I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
And so let's go back to that. But let's also, I hope, I'm not sure that I got all the questions. Somebody talked about properties undevelopable. One of the things I understand we looked at, and we also had housing and community development down here, is to make sure that the properties were developable. We can't answer every question, but Andrew, do you want to speak to that? And you need to turn your mic on.
Yes. Again, I would say the base zoning remains in place. And the clustering would only apply to a small subset of these larger sites that have sufficient area to allow for clustering. We also in developing the regulations, we did a series of maps overlaying, the topography and trying to identify on those larger sites relatively flatter portions. And so we didn't do it for every single site, but we picked representative sites to verify that there are relatively flatter portions of these larger sites that would be appropriate for development. So that sort of ground truthing of the sites was done. I think that we also mapped for example, where the landslides are, and made sure that there's portions of the sites that are free of landslide susceptibility that would be appropriate for development. So, I think we're talking about the sites that we're talking about as suitable for cluster development are relatively larger, and within that larger area, there are relatively flatter portions that are appropriate for development because they're flatter and because they're away from more environmentally constrained slopes and landslide areas.
Okay. Thank you. And then just to answer another question that came up about the Forest Avenue parcels. I'm not sure what was contemplated at the time they were purchased or taken by the town, but they are zoned residential. So unfortunately, for some speakers who think that they were intended for open space, prior councils did not rezone those. And so I just want to ask, before I open up to the council, were there more questions that I missed that were specific to this zoning ordinance? Okay, thank you for checking did you see any? Okay, so I'd like to open it up to the council for hopefully further deliberation. And did anyone want to speak on this? No, and it's not required.
I understand it's not required. I hear the public comments, and in particular, I certainly agree that fire evacuation is a major issue. I do not see a way that we can fight the state at this point to say we're not going to do a housing element that's certified. Screw the HCD. I don't think that's in the benefit of the town. I hope that over time, as all of the municipalities and counties throughout the state get their housing element in and then have to actually, the development begins to happen, that there will be some legal movement on this, but I can't guarantee it. But I certainly take seriously the evacuation issue. And I do know people in Paradise, and I've spent time walking around the land where their houses used to be. One of whom, their next door neighbor, died in their house. So it's pretty serious. However, with regard to what's before us tonight, there's no increase in the number of units that any of these parcels would be zoned for if the cluster development option were taken. It's the same number of units. It's just that those units would be allowed under that option to be placed in a better place, a more logical place, a place that's not on a steep slope, places where you get them put together so that infrastructure and roads are much easier. Fire suppression is much easier. I definitely saw that the fire department they agree with this. They like the idea of doing the clustering as opposed to doing the same development all the way up the hill in crazy places. We've certainly heard a lot about landslide prone areas, and this is one way to address that, to allow people to get away from the landslide prone areas. In a way, the undercurrent, just to state something that might be obvious or might not, it seems that the undercurrent of many of the comments, given that what's before us tonight, the cluster zoning does not increase the number of houses permitted at all, that what we're talking about is whether we have a place zoned currently for, say, 6 houses, but we think that won't actually get built because it's a crazy location, versus the same 6 houses being zoned and putting them in allowing them to be in a better location, which is certainly an advantage, but then they might get actually built. And we're, in a way, it's like Fairfax has a history of just hoping that it won't happen, even though it's zoned, and it has been zoned for a long time to happen. But it's the economic pressure is enormous. We've known that for generations on this town and on every other town, and it will eventually happen. And whether it happens in a crazy way or whether it happens in a way that we endeavor to control and to mold to in the direction of what this town would like to be, that's the choice. One thing that was, I'm finishing up. One thing that I heard in one comment was regarding some provisions in this for a community building or a common space. This is for staff, the question. I'll wait till they're done
Staff
going
pay
over. Yeah,
attention.
because I have a question here. There's some provisions for a common community building that could go along with a clustered development. Could you elaborate a bit on that as far as what the limits are? And I mean, I think in general, I love the idea of a common community building for a number of dwellings. I think it fits a lot with what I would think of as Fairfax's.
Okay, so can you just
predilection.
elaborate if
Just
there are
elaborate on that.
limits? It's
Thanks.
written very sort of as an option, but I don't believe it talks about number of limits on number of buildings, correct?
That is correct. I think it's helpful first to clarify that these are not retail buildings. It's not a yoga studio that's open to the public. The intent is to allow for communal buildings for the common use of the residents in that area, and those common buildings could be a shared kitchen, or they could be some sort of yoga studio or art studio. So that's the concept. Not that they're retail buildings, not that they're commercial buildings, not that they're residential, but they're just shared common spaces for the residents of that particular cluster of homes. There's a minimum size stipulated for that. There isn't a maximum size stipulated for those buildings.
So it's almost like if you had a co-housing development or something, you could have a communal space and then have everybody have their little unit around it. Okay.
Correct. And a certain portion of the area of those common spaces counts towards the common open space requirement for the development. There's a common outdoor open space requirement for each of those developments. If these communal buildings are built, it would be indoor space, but a fraction of that indoor space could count towards the open space requirement, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ackerman. Any more deliberations?
Yeah. So
Vice Mayor Blash?
Yeah. First off, I wanted to mention something that one of the speakers I think has brought up a couple of times. I did used to work for an affordable housing advocacy group, and I ceased working for them back in August of 2022. So it's been kind of a while. And yes, I'm still friends with a lot of those people, and they come from varying groups, with the Marin Conservation League, Legal Aid of Marin, Canal Alliance, et cetera. I don't know or think that any of them are making money off of clustered development that I know of. I mean, I could look. But I'm just going to put that out there that yes, I was very invested in working for affordable housing. And, if that's a problem, I think that our town attorney can tell me that that would be a conflict of interest and that I can't, speak on or vote on these issues. So I just want to clarify that.
Okay.
I did have more to say. I just wanted to ask the town attorney. Is that a conflict of interest that I used to work for them, that I still talk to them?
No, it isn't.
Okay. All right. So I just did want to just mention a few things. So first off, I wanted to clarify, just because I do pay attention. I really appreciate the passion people here have for open space. And I myself have been very interested in open space issues and used to, lead hikes for the Sierra Club and whatnot. I am hearing people, and as somebody once said, hearing people doesn't mean you agree with everything they say, but you do hear them and hear their concerns. I did want to note, because some of the stuff that I've heard both online and occasionally here is that some people may not be aware that this is a state requirement, that every city and town in California is going through the same agony. It's not something that we made up. It is something that is being imposed on us to some extent. I know that a lot of people would like us to sue the state, and Huntington Beach did try to sue the state of California in federal court, and the court told them they had no standing and dismissed the case. So at this point, I believe they're being sued both by the state of California and by a nonprofit group that is going to get something like $3.5 million in legal fees from them. So that has been the standard bearer in terms of the cities that have tried to sue the state, and I don't think they're doing very well. So I'm just trying to keep track of that. Somebody may have more information on those cases than I do. Couple of questions I heard from people, that we're going to take away people's open space. I just want to clarify that this is property that is private, that is already zoned for development. So it's not open space. People may be walking on it because maybe nobody's monitoring it, but somebody could. I know I walked on one of those properties once, and the owner came in and told me to please, move off the property. So they can do that legally. In terms of safety, I think we talked about this, that there was a programmatic EIR done, and whether or not people agree with the findings, the issues of traffic and whatnot, and evacuation were considered. Somebody mentioned something about 200 or 300 homes on these clustered sites. We're not talking anywhere near that number of homes as far as I can tell, right? It's like 5 or 6 or something. I would like to find out more about the comment from the gentleman who said that he had found a final map and extensions to the 615 Oak Manor site issue, because that seems important. So if that's happening and there really is something that was not uncovered previously, it would be important to know.
I've asked, staff already went to the counter recorder's office, but I've asked them to go back and check on that issue, so they will.
Great. Okay. Another question that I have that came up from a community member, and I'm just going through these because people want to have their questions answered, and I'm going to make sure that we get as many of them answered as possible. Somebody asked if it was possible for us to require that the open space be public open space as a condition of getting to have that designation. Is that even possible?
So that's called a quid pro quo. That is illegal.
Great.
We can't require that, but let's let our attorney answer that.
If you're going to require some sort of dedication, there has to be a nexus for it. And that's not something you can just put in that you're going to require. So I highly doubt that.
Okay. Okay, and I did want to clarify that my point earlier about zoning and easements. Zoning is different than easements, and my point was that you can change zoning more easily than you can change an easement that's recorded at the assessor's office for permanent open space. So yes, zoning can be changed, but the easement cannot. The issue with Victory Village was that was never open space. That was property that the developer had that at one point they said they were going to give over as open space, but it was never recorded as restricted or dedicated. So the developer then ran into a problem because there were so many delays in the process of getting them through to develop that they started to run out of money. And the county basically gave them a loan of $1 million. And then sort of the deal was that then they were going to have to sell the back 2 lots that they had originally said they were going to give to open space. So it was never like the town had that property in hand. It was private property. The developer said they were going to give it, and then they didn't. So whatever you think of that, it was very unfortunate, and I was very unhappy about it. It wasn't that the town had it and then decided they were going to, get rid of it and give it back or something. We never actually had it in hand in the first place. Mayor Kohler can correct me here because I think
I was recused from the project, so I made no commitments on that.
Right.
But I concur that was history.
Just a sec. You need to.
You need to be quiet, please.
Just a sec. So I just wanted to mention that was not open space that we gave back to somebody. And I wasn't on the council at the time anyway, but I was watching this. All right. I did want to mention also that there's been a lot of mention of mansions on hillsides, and Fairfax has a limit of 3,500 square feet, which was a ordinance that I was pretty proud of. And I see some people in the room who are really excited about that. And technically, I think in the real estate industry, a mansion is at least 5,000 and some people say 8,000 square feet. So it's probably not going to be mansions. I mean, they could be expensive houses, but they're probably not going to be mansions. I'm just going to put that out there. All right. And then the final thing I just want to put out there, there's a driving concern for me, is I do want to clarify whether what happens if this zoning doesn't go through. My understanding is that you have a housing element and then you have zoning, and you have to zone for your housing element, and that all of that needs to be done, or you open yourself up to a number of rather severe penalties, which could be fines of up to $600,000 a month. You could actually lose control of all zoning and development, and it could be either Sacramento making that decision, or it might come to the point where you open the floodgates for developers to build if you don't have a compliant housing element. So my concern is that not passing something, I know people don't want to build anything if they could help it, but my understanding is that if you have a compliant housing element, you have some control over where the development goes. You don't have control about how much, but you have control about where it goes and the objective development and design standards. And that if you do not have a compliant housing element, which also requires passing the zoning packets, that then you open yourself up to losing all control of development in your town. And I'm going to check if that's true, but that would be my concern because I know people don't want to pass it, but
that is true. That La Cañada Flintridge is one where the state has taken that step, and another. So let's move on to Councilmember Cutrano, who had his hand on the button earlier.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick clarification. Mr. Egger mentioned sites being rezoned that are upland residential 10, but the presentation that was provided to us earlier said that that was not the case. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Yeah, there's no map rezonings proposed. Zero. So there's no property being rezoned for this. It's just text amendments.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'll be quick. I really appreciate that we kind of distilled the fact that this is mostly about distribution, and it's not so much about, adding zoning or adding capacity to any of these properties. I think it's kind of like a hillside conservation sort of approach too. I know it's called something else, low impact cluster, but it's really how do we best preserve the hillsides? I really liked the water efficient landscape code being in there. I appreciated all of the information you shared about Ross Valley Fire, as Councilmember Ackerman mentioned. I think that's really helpful, and that's something we always hear about when we're discussing anything related to housing: is have we checked in with the fire department? What does the fire department think? Really appreciated the language changes regarding scenic highways, and just thinking about visual resources from a variety of places, not only gathering spaces, but we are very fortunate that both Sir Francis Drake Boulevard and Bolinas Road are like some of the most gorgeous roadways in, California, if not the country. So it's vital that we protect those scenic view sheds. One other thing I really liked, of course, the green belting, conservation easement, having that durability is going to be far stronger than the ambiguity we currently have as it relates to these large parcels that are in a relatively natural state, but are currently zoned residential, and it's just a looming thing. What's going to happen there? We've seen people attempt to, come in and propose a new subdivision on some large pieces of property we have in Fairfax that we want to keep and we're now trying to keep as open space, like the Wall property. So it's just a matter of money to a certain extent. I also really appreciated the dark sky work, and I suspect largely coming from Commissioner Swift at the Planning Commission, who's been leading a lot of that dark sky work. So kudos to the Planning Commission for making sure that language was included. And I also really appreciated, you mentioned it earlier, Jeff, but the way that this text is actually strengthening some sections of these ordinances to remove ambiguity and to get stronger about, like, not may, but this shall do this to protect the ridge lines. Or when it's talking about right angles for horizontal or vertical distance from a ridge line, and is it 100 feet, is it 150 feet? Well, it's whatever the greater amount is, right? Like, we want to make sure the greatest distance away from ridge lines is where any of these things are occurring. Two things that I had to suggest, if the council would entertain my suggestions. I had two very small amendments that I wanted to propose in it's page 5, top of page 5 of attachment A, which is section 17.060.050, criteria for review application. So yes, top of page 5 in the attachment, it's 17.060.050, criteria for review application. In section B, subsection, or I guess subsection B1, it talks about native plantings, and then the second sentence goes on to talk about extensive tree pruning and tree removal, and goes on to talk about the reasons we want to have tree pruning or tree removal as a possibility is because of ingress or egress, and also, fire related issues. And, we're trying to remove a lot of ambiguity in these sorts of laws to make it as clear as possible. Extensive tree pruning to me is not clear. Not same with, extensive tree removal, like that word doesn't really mean a whole lot to me. And so I think it makes sense to do away with that particular word, the word extensive, because really whatever tree pruning or tree removal would need to happen is really to accommodate, the things that follow in that sentence. The other thing I wanted to note if I could find it here, is, oh yes, the middle of page 8, which is the Hill Area Residential Development Overlay. When it talks in the purpose in the middle of the page, section 17072010, purpose, subsection B1, it talks about, we want to encourage maximum retention of natural topographic features such as drainage ways, streams, slopes, ridgelines, rock outcroppings, vistas, and natural plant formations and trees. And so I feel like there's, extensive tree pruning. The ambiguity there kind of conflicts with this other language where we're trying to do our best to maintain as much of the native plant communities and existing tree communities that we have on these properties. So that was one little tweak, is to remove that word extensive. No change in purpose. I think purpose is great in that other area, but I feel like doing our best to conserve everything and then talking over here about extensive this or something.
I think that's a good change.
Okay. And I just wanted, is staff cool with that?
Okay.
Removing the word extensive as it relates to tree pruning. Yes. Trying.
Anything else you wanted to, excuse me, please don't yell out. What else?
Yes. And there's one other thing, and then, yeah, I'd love to get staff's feedback on this. So the second thing is under that same section for criteria for review of application. So top of page 5, subsection B2 says additional screening and cover shall be provided with new planting with native species and other approved suitable species. I totally agree with and appreciate the opportunities for replanting. And the only thing I had to say is, as far as the types of species, I'd really appreciate the removal of other approved suitable species and just focusing on replanting with native plant communities. It has a whole number of benefits for native ecosystems here in the Ross Valley. And, sometimes we bring in other non-natives and then all of a sudden they're out competing the native species, and issues with insects, issues with soil health, issues with birds, yada, yada. So just wanted to suggest removing that verbiage, other approved suitable species, and, quote, and other approved suitable species, and just focus on replanting with native species.
So can I ask staff, is that acceptable to you?
Yes. Yeah, that's fine.
So those two changes, we don't need to take a vote on this, but the rest of the council feels like these are appropriate changes, correct? Okay. All right. All right. And anything else?
I do not have, one other thing, sorry. In terms of page 6, middle of page 6, I just had a quick question. So it's B9, ridgeline view protections. B9, it's B9, subsection 9B. It says no part of a building, it used to say may exceed 28.5 feet on the upslope, 35 feet on the downslope lot. And staff's recommending moving that language to shall. And I appreciate the numbers there. I appreciate moving something from may to shall and just making it stronger. I'm wondering, Jeff, do you know where those numbers come from in the ridgeline view protections? Or that's just already there, that's been there in the previous code that's been.
Well, they are already there because what they're saying is underlines are new.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, correct. So those are existing in the code and they've been kind of tried and true in terms of ridgeline protection. We have, in fact, already since I've been with the town, and I haven't been here very long, we've taken several projects forward, single family home expansions or remodels, and we've used these regulations.
Excellent. Great. We're glad to hear that these are holding up. Perfect.
Okay.
The staff recommendation is to change something from may to shall.
Okay, so I want to mention a couple of things. People were mentioning evacuation routes and were we doing those in a vacuum? So a few years ago, the last time I was mayor, I asked for community-friendly evacuation route maps that were actually state of the art. And first I was told couldn't be done, but folks, Todd Lando and Michael St. John, found a professor down at University of Irvine who was doing tsunami maps for Laguna Beach, which is very similar to Fairfax, one way in, one way out, but tsunamis go a different way. And they created what are called fire clear maps that are actually have been done for all the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority jurisdictions. There are 17. The only jurisdictions that are not included is Tiburon and Belvedere, who opted out. But we had those mailed to everyone, and they're on the Fire Safe Marin website. There are QR codes. You can download those to your phone. But the other thing is, I sit on the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority for the town of Fairfax. Lauren Umbertus, our Public Works Director, is on the Technical Advisory Committee. Our town manager is on the Operations Committee. And we have 17 member jurisdictions. As I said, everybody in Marin, with the exception of Tiburon and Belvedere, who opted out. And there's a few things. We're working on evacuation routes, as well as there was a state-of-the-art evacuation risk assessment that was just completed, and it will tell us some of the worst areas and where we need to focus some of our veg management issues. But we weren't waiting for that. So we've been clearing vegetation from evacuation routes for the last few years, the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. We live in an area where a lot of folks live in the WUI. They live up in the hills. I live on the flats. It's going to be difficult to get out no matter what we do. So that's just one piece. I want to go back to the comment I had about making one change, but I want to also, similar to what Vice Mayor Blash mentioned, I guess my integrity has been impugned, saying that I may have done consulting. I'm an environmental consultant. I cleaned up hazardous waste sites for more than 2 decades. Then I went on to air quality enforcement. My environmental consulting work deals with cleaning up hazardous waste sites. I also served as a administrator for a climate change registry for the California Air Pollution Control Association for a number of years until they decided to shut that down. I also worked on Aliso Canyon in Southern California, where neighbors were all evacuated because of natural gas leaks for months. One of the things I did for this town, and I did pro bono, was, some of you remember the video store that was closed. That building was closed for over 10 years because there was a hazardous waste site there, and it was languishing. I got involved, and I did this all for free because I consider it part of my community. I charged quite a bit per hour for my work. I pulled in people from the state. I got that site cleaned up. I got them approved to allow occupancy. They still do operation and maintenance monitoring, and that's where FitLab is. So I do these things for my town. I want to also say that I meet with a number of people in our town. I did have coffee with Rob when he was alive. He wanted to talk about what his proposal was, Rob Schwartz. I also have met with Candace Neal Ricker on many occasions. I've met with Deb Linden. I've met with Michael Sexton. That's why we sit here, is because we're willing to meet with people in our community. So just because I met with Rob and had coffee with him at Fairfax does not mean that I colluded with him. He was a really nice man who unfortunately passed away about a month ago. So just to get that off the table, maybe it'll never be off the table, but I want to go back to my initial question. Thank you, Councilmember Cutrano, for your changes. Is it possible, I know you guys were working a few minutes ago when I had to break your attention, is it possible to add some language about, should someone take on the option for clustering, that the strong recommendation or that clustering should be done on the lower part of the property. Is there a place where we can make that change?
I think there is. If you
And
look on,
can you tell us where it is?
yes, if you look on page 13, so that would be E. Oh no, I'm sorry, H6.
Wait a minute.
A?
There's no H6 on page 13.
Well, H I think is on the H is on page 12, but if you count down to
Oh, it's on the page before H starts there.
Yeah, so site layout, you're saying, site layout and building design.
The yes, 6 starts site layout and building design. All clustered development shall, and A already says locate development along existing streets and or on already disturbed land to the extent feasible to protect undeveloped areas. So that starts to get at what you were talking about. And I think that would be the location where we could.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
I do not follow at all. I'm reading H and I don't see that
If you
language.
look on page 13. So
I'm looking on, so on me, H starts on page 12. Are you
Correct.
reading H? Right, and at the top of
H6.
13, I do not see that.
No, it's at the bottom, 6.
6A. So 6, okay, all I heard was H. All
Okay.
right, 6A.
Yeah.
So it says all clustered development shall locate development along existing streets and or on already disturbed land to the extent feasible to protect undeveloped areas. Okay, now I'm just going to play devil's advocate. There are existing streets all over the place. How does that tell you that it goes closer to the bottom of the property?
Well, that's what I was saying was your original comment was starting to, I was saying this passage starts to get at your comment where you were suggesting that the development should be closer to roads. And so I was saying
okay.
this is a location where an enhancement could be made to be more specific.
Okay, can you suggest language, and would it be would it be an H for that section, or we need to read language into the.
Right.
So if we're on page 13, number 6, it has items A through G that go on to page 14. Are you suggesting adding an H?
It could, let's see, it could either be an edit to A.
Yes.
Okay, why don't you read what the edit would say?
Okay. Maybe let me just bear with me a sec while I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think locate development along existing streets and or on already disturbed land. Do we want to say lower down hillsides to the extent feasible to protect undeveloped areas?
Why don't we say locate, here's what I would suggest. Locate development along the lower portion of the property away from the hillsides, comma, along existing streets, etc. So locate development along the lower portion of the property away from hillsides or ridgelines. Is ridgelines the right word?
Yes.
Away from ridgelines, comma, and then go on with the rest along the existing streets. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay, so let's reread that whole section. I'll reread it. 6 says site layout and building design. All clustered development shall A, locate development along the lower portion of the property away from ridgelines, comma, along existing streets and or on already disturbed land to the extent feasible to protect undeveloped areas. Does that work?
Can I ask a question? So suppose you've got a property where, there's all this steep and, a lot of our properties here are really wiggly. And then there's a big ridge line and then there's a dip and the flattest part is the dip and the dip is higher than something down here. It's definitely not the lowest portion of the property, but it's the flattest and the least landslide prone. I mean, that would be my concern, is that there's all of this stuff going on. The lowest part can't do anything with it. It's a cliff. And then there's, feasible. I would say lowest feasible because it's possible that the most appropriate spot is not on a ridge line, but is also higher than some other parts.
Okay, let's do this. Locate development along the lowest feasible portion of the property away from ridge lines.
We've already got the to the extent feasible clause in there. So I wonder.
Yeah, it already has to the extent feasible. So,
Good, okay.
So let's go back, read it one more time. Locate development along the lower portion of the property away from ridge lines, comma, along existing streets and or on already disturbed land to the extent feasible to protect undeveloped areas. We got it. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And thank you everyone for participating in this. So with that, I'm wondering, I want to remind folks that we have an errata as well as the two changes Councilmember Cutrano just made and the one change we just made. So would somebody like to make a motion, making sure that you mentioned the errata as well as the changes we just discussed?
I think I could pull that off. So, back to the beginning of the staff report.
Read the recommendation.
The recommendation.
Just go.
Or the subject.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm just getting to. So I move that we waive first reading and read by title only an ordinance amending Title 17 zoning of the Fairfax Municipal Code to update the following chapters. Chapter 17.060 Ridgeline Development, Chapter 17.072 Hill Area Residential Development Overlay Zone, and Chapter 17.124 Urban or Upland Residential Zone to implement the general plan housing element. And this would be including the errata sheet, which has been published as a packet supplement, and would also include the three changes that were suggested by Councilmember.
No, the three changes we discussed tonight.
Well, the one change that you went over just now, that was on page 13, and then you suggested three changes?
Two changes.
Two. Okay. So, including those two changes and that third change.
Excellent job. Would somebody like to second?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it.
Okay, so that was Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Cutrano. Christine, would you do a roll to call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
All
Thank you
ayes.
very much. I think we ought to take a 5-minute break, please. And thank you to staff
Thank you.
and Andrew Hill.
I wanted to also definitely thank the staff. This was an amazing piece of work, and I think it was very well done. And also just shout out to the Planning Commission. I thought the Planning Commission's suggestions were quite valuable. So.
Sorry, it's 9:23. Let's come back at 9:30, please. Thank you. Okay, we need one more council member, and then we'll go ahead and get started. And just want to remind folks that I did 3 minutes because that was a publicly noticed public hearing. We will be going back to 2 minutes. one of the things we've tried to do is various ways to get our meetings to end earlier. And part of that's because we've been chastised and criticized because our meetings go too late. So we're doing our best to look at various options, and nothing's going to make everybody happy. So I think we do need Councilmember Catrano. Does anyone know where he is? In the where? Councilmember Catrano, we need you back to the dais. Christine, could you get him? I don't know what the hell I did. Oh, you're coming. Okay, so we have an item that's relatively short, which is discuss, consider town council board and committee assignments. And Christine, are you doing the staff report on this?
Yes, Mayor. And I'm going to share my screen so that the draft assignments are on the projector.
Okay, so that is really little.
Yes, it is.
And I've completely lost my copy of it, so I'm borrowing. I think I'm a bit verklempt tonight. So I'm not sure what that was. There's an echo. Can we fix that? Someone's got a mic on. It's okay. Thank you for sharing. So we have council member and committee assignments. One of the things that Councilmember Hellman has brought up is the idea of a committee or subcommittee on homeless issues. And I want to throw out this, because of privacy issues and a variety of issues, we really can't have a separate committee, a standing committee, but I would suggest that we could have a subcommittee of council members that could work on homeless issues. And one of my proposals would be that since Vice Mayor Blash and Councilmember Cutrano are on the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members Homelessness Committee, and they've been involved in these issues for some time, that I think that might be an appropriate subcommittee. But before we go into that discussion, I guess I just want to ask, there's a couple of committees that are on this list. For example, the MCC Water Policy Ad Hoc Committee, which Councilmember Hellman is on. It's been,
I had it noted to omit.
yeah, it needs to be omitted. It's no longer in existence. There's also a committee that I was assigned to through MCCMC called City County Services Subcommittee. And the last time we talked about I also said that that one has no longer been in existence for some time. So I think we need to take those two off. And I would ask if there's anything, and also, so Councilmember Catrano, the Water Policy Committee, it's in two places. You need to take that off. I want to ask if I think we all have quite a slew of things that we're working on.
Yeah, and just before you get started moderating this conversation, just for people who are in the room and watching the meeting, we're talking about the town council board and committee assignments. This is something we look at and review with the council every year following the council rotation. And there's no policy in place about how to structure this conversation. The conversation is handed over to the mayor to moderate additions or deletions like you're mentioning now, or if a council member wants to swap assignments with another. So, please continue.
Thank you. I apologize for not asking you to do the staff report. Good job. That was very subtle. Okay, so I guess I'll just ask Councilmember Cutrano, are you feeling comfortable with your assignments?
I am. The only assignment that I was going to raise, Madam Mayor, was since you are doing a lot of stuff as mayor this year, I was curious if you would entertain the possibility of me spending a year on the pedestrian trails ad hoc subcommittee. I say that because since we've ended the volunteer board, which is sort of the house for that, I've been trying to help shepherd interested parties that used to go to the volunteer board for that kind of thing, like former Mayor John Reed, over to our open space committee so that they can take on some of these steps, lanes, and paths and the trail stuff so that work can continue. I'd love to be able to see if we can, get that going this year, but just wanted to raise that as something I'm open to.
I do think under normal circumstances, I would say absolutely yes, because I understand your role. But being the historian of that committee, as somebody has called to me for various things, I have all the history of all the trails and all my notes. And so I'm wondering, I think the other member is you.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I want to ask the town attorney, if I hand this off, can I meet with Councilmember Cutrano to share all my notes on, do some transition work?
Well, as long as it's a, just a set defined time where you transition and then you're not part of the ongoing subcommittee.
Yeah, and I would say this is, I'm comfortable with that for 1 year at this point, but we will need to do a transition to really go over it because I do have all the history. And could she be at the meeting? Because that would be 3 council members.
Right. No, you can't have 3 of them meeting
Okay.
about the same subject.
But it could be something that's like an open space committee meeting that agendizes something where
I don't
Mayor
want
Kohler
to do it
presents?
as an open space.
Okay, got it.
committee.
Sorry. Okay. Trying to problem solve.
Why don't we place the pedestrian trails with Councilmember Cutrano for right now? And he and I will figure out a time to do a transition, and I don't even see where it is, but somewhere it's on my list. Okay, Vice Mayor Blash, how are you feeling about your assignments?
I think it's okay.
Okay. And
Ad hoc subcommittee still convening?
No.
it hasn't been, but I think it possibly could be as we go through the final process of the zoning and taking up the land use element. So at this point, I think we should keep it.
Okay.
She asked about the housing element.
Sorry, I'll speak into the microphone. I was asking about the housing element
Yeah.
subcommittee. And what about the Fairfax lumber ad hoc subcommittee? Should that be omitted?
I think so. There's the issue of the fence, which has gone through planning commission and has, to my knowledge, been somewhat resolved, although it hasn't been built yet for budget constraints, is what I hear. But there are other issues that those residents have related to other things that could be done. And I think if Councilmember Ackerman were still interested or had capacity, it'd be great to continue to help those residents mediate that with Fairfax Lumber. I'm also open to somebody else doing it too.
Yeah, I feel the same way, and I'm also open to if someone else wants to take it on, but I'm willing to take it on.
Well, I personally think for continuity purposes, let's stay with who we have.
But I do.
Okay, but are there's engagement and attention given to
The
this?
residents have pretty recently been been emailing and expressing their concerns, and they still are referring to the committee and hoping that the committee will help to mediate. It's been a very slow process, but I'm willing to keep it going, and I think we should for another year. And hopefully, after another year.
Wrap it up. Okay, Councilmember Hellman. Feeling good. And Councilmember Ackerman. Okay, and I feel good about mine.
I do have questions on yours, on some of your MCCMC ones. Do you have like alternates? Like the legislative committee and the CDBG and so forth? Because some of those I'm very interested in, but I know you're unlikely to want to give those up.
There usually is no alternate for the legislative committee, and I'm the vice chair. I suppose if you wanted to be an alternate, you could be. They usually don't have alternates. So do we want to add that as an alternate?
I think you should do it.
Okay. All right. And then CDBG, there's never been an alternate for that.
Okay.
So we'll add you as MCCMC Legislative Committee alternate. All right. And then as far as the I think the idea of a homeless subcommittee of Vice Mayor Blash and Councilmember Catrano, which carries on their role on MCCMC and what they've learned through that, I think would be appropriate.
I'm fine with that. The idea being that you really focus on localized, you would involve the community in this, right? You would.
Because of privacy issues, it's not a committee. It's a subcouncil subcommittee that may speak to various community members, but it's not a standing committee that you assign community members to.
But we could do, I mean, the current conception of the MCCMC homelessness committee is sort of different jurisdictions discussing, especially with like stakeholder groups like service providers. But Vice Mayor Blash and I could talk about separately doing more localized work, to your point of like actually engaging residents locally, not just talking with partners throughout the county about how they're dealing with these issues. So that's
I would like very much to find a way to, do listening sessions or something with community members. Especially, we do have community members who have expertise in homelessness issues. So I would really like us to be developing that Fairfax specific community focus. And if we really have this committee, I think we will have a more focused look.
So it's a subcommittee.
Subcommittee. I'm sorry, subcommittee. We will have, sort of the push to have a very focused look on our part about, this issue and how we can address it at the local level. And I like having that push to go ahead and do that. And, we can talk to a lot of different people in town and come up with either strategies and or education, as long as we don't violate the privacy of some of the folks that we have to be careful about.
So one of the things that we did when we had the striping subcommittee. Oh yeah, that was my first assignment. We held a community meeting in this room, and other council members were present as community members just to listen and follow along, so that might be something that you consider. But thank you for supporting this idea. I think it's really important. And also for transparency, wanted to let you know that I am participating in the PIT, that the MCCMC.
In the what?
The PIT is the effort to.
The point in time count.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for doing that. That's hard work.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go over, just to be clear. Under Mayor Kohler, we're taking off City County Services Subcommittee, which is the MCCMC. The Pedestrian Trails Ad Hoc Subcommittee goes to Councilmember Cutrano, at least for 1 year, maybe longer. And then Councilmember Blash, we're adding a council subcommittee on homelessness. For Councilmember Hellman, we're removing the water policy ad hoc committee. I'm sorry, what?
And from Chance.
I'm doing one at a time. And then we're adding Councilmember Hellman as an alternate on the MCCMC Legislative Committee. And then for Councilmember Catrano, we're removing the Water Policy Ad Hoc Committee. And we're adding him to a council subcommittee on homelessness. And with that, I'd like to open it up to public comment. We're only doing 2 minutes for public
Can I
comment.
mention something? So are you not, I'm being removed from, or the committee's being removed from me, the Affordable Housing Committee?
I didn't hear you. What are you asking?
The Affordable Housing Committee, we're removing that from my list.
Oh, yes. Well, we haven't, right now, we still have an Affordable Housing Committee. We haven't
So we have,
gotten,
right, okay.
it's
We
still
get
on
to that
my
when we get
list
to
as
that.
well.
Okay.
Okay, so let's open it up to public comment. And this is really just about the council, board, and committee assignments. First speaker, please. And Christine, could you put the,
Hi, Todd Greenberg here as a concerned citizen about what council member activities are, how they're accountable or not accountable for reporting back and for actually conferring with the public on what activities have been taken. And I'm concerned about what is coming up that you're looking to dissolve in the consent calendar of the Affordable Housing
that's
Committee.
not part of this discussion. Stay on topic, please.
I'll take my time back. Thank you. I would like to know, and I'd like there to be, as I said, some accountability for the council members' activity on these committees. I'd like to know why there's been an absolute failure of the homeless activities here, why there have been 2 fires, why there's been huge creekside erosion, why there's no action plan to deal with this, why the town is paying significantly and faces future huge liability from this. It's an absolute failure. I'd like to know why the Affordable Housing Committee, if that is
That is a separate topic.
that is on
It's on
the council member
consent.
assignments. It's
Yeah.
on this list, the published list.
Okay.
I think I can speak to it. In addition to that, it seems like 2 of the council members have their own informal ad hoc or whatever type of committee it is that the public should be aware of, where Stephanie Hellman and Chance Catrano are busy protesting on New Year's Eve, misrepresenting what the law is, acting contrary to landlords.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. Michael McIntosh. I'm also up here to talk about activities. So something I brought up earlier with Barbara, I do think it'd be a good idea if there's a larger stakeholder, like for instance, I invited Chance to come out to the property once, that should be included to the general public to kind of like say, oh, hey, what are you doing? But specifically, why I wanted to be here tonight to discuss was I thought the terrible bad form, and affordable housing is on here, for Stephanie Hellman and Chance Catrano to go to where Chance Catrano used to live, and Stephanie Hellman to call the lady a bully. The only bullying I saw was you, Stephanie. And to represent our town and to be there with the DSA and Leah from Berkeley Rent Control Board, I would be embarrassed. And I hope the whole town looks at this. That's not something that an elected official should do. But to call an older woman a bully, you were the bully. And you use that language offensively.
So let's not
as a-
disparage. I know you don't agree, and
hold
I know
on.
you have concerns.
But I'm citing something that happened within the discussion right now that has the homeless issue, affordability issue. And for Stephanie Hellman to do that, that's an embarrassment. Chance may have protested, but I didn't hear he was chanting, calling her a bully. Bad form.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers in the room? Are there speakers on Zoom that want to speak on this issue?
There's one raised hand on Zoom.
Okay.
PJ, you are unmuted now.
Hey, thank you. PJ Pfeffer, just speaking on my own behalf as an individual. I appreciate the request in getting an alternate for the MCCMC Legislative Committee. With respect to the committee assignments, I would like to urge all of the council members on committees like that, the League of California Cities meetings, to be firm advocates for doing more and urging our state reps to do more to actually advance legislation that statewide that affects us locally and that everyone believes in. There were a number of bills passed this past session with widespread approval, passed with supermajorities, including our own state representatives, that were vetoed by the governor. And it has been decades since the California state legislature has moved to override a governor's veto, which it has the full right to do, and which they should be encouraged to do when there's legislation that would improve our lives that's passed with a supermajority that can override a veto. They should force the governor's hand so he's not just making vetoes based purely on future political calculations that would go for any governor. And frankly, I think it's good form for anything that these committees and boards that our representatives are sitting on, you're the ones we have the most access to use your seats closer to the state house to make sure that they really are doing all they can to support measures that on paper, at least, they claim to support. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker. Any other speaker?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bringing it back to the council. Would someone like to make a motion with the changes we discussed tonight?
I'll make a motion. Do I have to read all the changes?
No, I already read them.
Okay. I move to approve the council and committee assignments with the changes noted earlier in our deliberations.
Okay, can we get a second?
I'll second that.
Hey, Christine, could we get a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
All ayes.
Okay, so we're moving on to discuss and consider a bond measure for road repairs and provide direction to staff. A couple of things, just want to point out that there is a supplement to this item that's been posted online and should be on the safe as well. So I'm not sure who is doing this presentation or staff report.
I will start, Madam Mayor. Christine, are you able to bring up my slides? Thank you. Just 1 second while we hold those up.
Is there a presentation?
There is a presentation. I'll just start and we'll see the
Okay,
slide,
great.
because I'm really short. So thank you so much for hearing this item tonight. Yeah, have it up there. Yay. Okay. So we have heard a number of concerns and complaints about roads, specifically in Fairfax.
Heather, you need to speak, like bite the mic because you speak very softly.
How's this?
That's much
better. Okay. Sorry about that. So tonight I have with me our municipal advisor, Wing C. Fox from Urban Futures. I have worked with her before and had a very good experience. And we also have our finance director, Michael Vivret, and we also have Lauren Umbertus, our public works director. So any questions you may have on this item, I think we'll be able to handle it very well. You'll see on this second slide of 4 for me, before I turn it over to Wingsy, we currently have a town overall PCI, so pavement condition index rating of about 55% or 55 out of 100. And that's pretty low. We are ranked worst in the county. And we have been estimating that we can, on a sort of ongoing basis, spend about $500,000 a year, which sounds like a lot of money, but in the pavement world, it is a very small amount. And so if we continue on that way, which feels like a lot for us, then we will actually lose points on our rating. So we'll actually continue to decrease because of where we are in terms of pavement condition. So as pavement ages, it gets more and more difficult and expensive to repair and to maintain. And so that's why you see that number going down. Next slide, please.
And we allocated $1 million this year, correct?
Yes, I'm getting to that. So yeah, the council has been allocating resources on an increasing level recently. So whereas paving budgets a few years ago were in the range of $150,000, you'll see that in the staff report. They have gone up to the point where in this past fiscal year, the council agreed to spend down some of the reserve that the town had in order to make a big push for paving projects. And so we did spend, and we budgeted $1 million, and we will spend near that. And you see, also on this agenda, the Porteous and Scenic project, which was about $750,000, is now complete. So what to do? So if we want to solve this problem, which is we have road conditions that are poor, we could consider a sales tax increase, or we could consider raising revenues basically by doing a general obligation bond. And Winksy can talk a little bit more about, how we considered those two options and the implications of that. But what I'm trying to convey here is really that we're looking at the town has an issue. We can resolve it. We want to resolve it, but it does take resources. And so we want to find out whether you, the council, are, interested in investing there. And also, of course, I'm sure that you want to find out whether the residents and voters may be interested as well. So next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, then tonight is the next step, right? So what we're hoping to get from you is direction on whether you want to have me go forward and get a survey or poll going. And that survey would be more detailed and would have different options based on how much money we think we could get, and then finding out how much we think voters would be willing to spend to fix their roads. So that's in a nutshell. And there will be lots of other opportunities for us to come back and check in with the council, get approvals to keep moving forward. This is really just the first step in, finding out whether you want to continue. So I'm going to stop talking now and turn it over to Wingsy.
Before you do that, just surveys and polls are kind of different. So a survey can be a very small sample size. A poll, we'd be looking at So I don't want to use those terms interchangeably. So when you talk about a poll, what are you talking about? Oh, well, we can wait for your
Yeah.
presentation. You can include that in there. But I think we want to look at a much more extensive sampling than what you would do with a survey, which is more a hit and miss kind of thing. Okay, Wing C, is that your correct name? So there's a couple of things. So a survey and a poll are kind of two different. Polling voters is a very different thing than a survey. A survey tends to be really a hit and miss, whoever responds to a survey. And so a poll is a much more stepwise kind of thing. And Wing C is going to talk about what that poll would entail in her presentation. Is that helpful? Well, I'm sorry, I can't speak right now. Okay, so Wingsy, is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the audience. My name is Wingsy Fox. I am a managing director with Urban Futures, as Heather mentioned. We are a municipal advisory firm, and we focus on California clients. And in fact, in California, we are the #1 municipal advisor in terms of number of transactions, excuse me. We've also listed on this slide some regional experience that we have of municipalities, clients that have come to us who have had facilities or infrastructure needs in excess of their ability to use general fund monies or reserves to pay. There are a number of measures that can be placed on the ballot to raise revenue. I'll touch on 2 of them today.
And just to clarify, Heather, this will be posted if it's not already on the website.
Yes, Christine has already posted this on the website. So if you're in the audience or viewing from home, you can actually expand this on your own screen.
That would be good. I'm sure most people are looking on their phones, but thank you, Christine, for doing that and being so efficient. This is kind of small, but I'm sure it has great information on it.
Thank you. So a lot of times we get asked, what has been the climate for bond measures? And it's been great. There's been very strong support in here for general obligation bonds. In 2022, there was over 72% of the ballots that went, of the measures that went on the ballot, 72% success rate. And we worked on, of the successful ones, over 40% of those. Now, as you may know, school districts have a different voter threshold currently for general obligation bond measures, which is at 55%. Currently, cities and counties, the voter threshold is at 2/3, supermajority. There is a legislation that will come before the voters in November, ACA1, that would allow for cities and counties to also pass bond measures, special taxes at 55%, which would be a game changer. And then the ballots that were on, the bond measures that were on the same ballot would also utilize that 55% threshold instead of the 2/3 voters threshold.
Can I ask a question, a clarifying question about that ACA? So if you had a bond measure simultaneously on the same ballot, right?
That's right.
You don't have to, it doesn't have to be subsequent for that 55%. If the ACA one passes, the bond measure doesn't have to be a subsequent election.
That's right.
Is that right? So if it passes, then it's 55. If it doesn't pass, then it's 2/3.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just to be clear, there's the Business Roundtable will have a competing measure up there that will get the threshold back to 2/3, correct? For a lot more than just this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. You're reading my mind before I can even read my mind. So one option to raise revenue for the general fund would be a sales tax measure. Currently, the town sales tax is at 9%. The cap in Marin County is at 9.25% currently. And so the maximum amount that could be raised for the town is an additional 0.25%. The town does have a Measure C outstanding, so using that as a proxy, if the town were to add an additional 0.25%, we're estimating you would be able to generate approximately $355,000 per year. And so using that amount, we calculate how much you could generate in terms of project proceeds if a measure of 0.25% sales tax were to pass. And it would really only generate approximately 5.5 million. So only being able to accomplish approximately 5.5 million of projects.
Wait a minute. So I did Measure C, and my recollection is it was a 3/4 cent tax, and it brings in about 775,000 a year. You just said that if you add a 0.25, it brings in what?
Approximately 355,000. So there's also a sunset date, of course, on Measure C, and it added a 0.25% to the 0.5%.
Right.
And so just looking in 2022, and we can confirm this data with staff, we saw that the town received approximately 1 million in 2022 with Measure C.
Yeah, that's because, no, Measure C was a sales tax. And then where did you get the 5.5 million? I'm not sure that I missed that. How do you get to 5.5 million?
Sure. So we assume.
And the idea would be, I just want to say that Measure C was intended for different uses, not necessarily roads, even though it wasn't a special purpose tax. So I think what you're saying is you would take it all for roads. Is that correct?
No, this is only looking at an additional
I think she's just
0.25%.
calculating how much might be brought in by a 0.25% tax, right? That's the only way that Measure
Okay,
C.
so where do you get the 5.5 million?
It's assuming that the 355,000 would be used to pay debt service. So you're able to actually generate more proceeds if you borrow and issue bonds. So you would have $5.5 million in project proceeds to spend when you issue the bonds. And then the debt service would be over 30 years, no more than 355,000.
So you're actually talking about doing a sales tax and a bond measure?
So a sales tax is not a bond measure. A sales tax would increase.
No, I understand the difference, but you're talking about taking 355,000 to pay on a bond measure. And you said that 355,000 would come from a new sales tax on top of Measure C.
Right. And so the type of bond that would be issued here is different than a general obligation bond. It would be a general fund obligation, which is called a lease revenue bond. The town would need to lease town-owned property, so a different type of structure. Those types of bonds don't go to the voters. This would be a revenue measure. So raising monies that you could dedicate towards a bond issuance.
Okay, so we've already, and just one quick question. We refunded a number of things and refinanced, and we put up town property already for collateral. So I don't think that's an option, but I'm sorry, Heather keeps raising her hand. I'll stop interrupting. But one thing I want to ask in the future, can we do bigger wording? Because this is really very difficult to read. So for future presentations, let's make
Absolutely.
them bigger. Okay, Heather, what did you want to add?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I know it's late and I personally am very tired, but I think the point of this slide is that we really ruled out the sales tax option because it didn't generate enough funds to give you a significant road improvement.
Okay.
Thank you. So in terms of the town's assessed value, and this is not sales value of properties, the assessed value, which is what property tax is based on, a very strong, almost $2 billion in 2024 of assessed value for the town. Also very, very strong growth since 2019, averaging over 5.5%. Now, the town does have a history of a successful bond measure back in 1999 that raised $6.8 million. That was a ballot measure in 1999 that estimated a maximum tax rate of $58 per $100,000 of assessed value. Currently, the tax rate, because as you mentioned, Mayor, general obligation bonds were issued, they've been refunded for debt service savings. And then the 2008s have just matured. So the only thing the town has left is the 2012s and the 2016s that will mature in August of 2027. So that would go away in 2027. The current tax rate is $22.50 per $100,000 of assessed value.
Just a quick question. Since it was passed in 1999, it said a 25-year life. My calculations was 2024 or 2025. How do you, with a 25-year life, how do you get to 2027?
So general obligation bonds do not have, unlike a sales tax that can have a sunset date, they don't have a particular sunset date. It's the amount of issuance that is authorized. So it's whenever the $6.8 million, if they're issued in multiple tranches, say in year one, it was 30 years, you don't issue for another 2 years, then that's a 30-year bond. That's 32 years from the
Okay.
original date.
All right. There was something in the staff report that was a little unclear. Go ahead.
No problem.
And, I just want to interrupt because we passed 10 o'clock. And at this point, I'm sorry, Wingsy, but
If we
we
waive the
do
10
need
o'clock rule.
to review the agenda at 10 o'clock PM to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. We have, this item is probably the longest and a few consent items. Did somebody want to?
I'd like to move that we waive the 10 o'clock rule and continue without.
Okay, does somebody
continuing.
want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote? And it's actually, I don't think it's waiving the rule, it's just moving beyond it, correct? Did you want to take a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
I vote we press on.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash.
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
All ayes.
Okay, well, I'll stop interrupting you because I am the interrupter.
No problem at all.
Okay, thank you.
So this is just some scenarios just for illustrative purposes in terms of various tax rates and how much of project proceeds those tax rates could generate. So as you can see, with an extension of the current $22.50 per 100,000 of AV, that could generate about 13.7 million in total project proceeds. And this is just illustrative. So here we're assuming you don't issue all of the bonds at once. You issue them every couple of years when you can actually implement the projects in a reasonable time frame. And then up to what was expected in 1999 to be the maximum tax rate of about $60. That could generate 36.5 million in project proceeds. Again, these are just some examples of scale. And what that means in terms of
Folks, could you take that outside the room if you need to talk? I understand it's confusing, but do your best. Thank you.
And this is an ad valorem tax, much like property tax, not a parcel tax. And so what does it mean for $22.50 per 100,000 of AV? Just doing a little research in terms of the single family residential parcels in the town, the average AV, their median AV is 650,000. So you would take these and multiply them by 6.5 times. And for an annual payment.
Sorry, can you stay on that slide for a second? I have a couple questions. Or do you want to wait till the end and then go back
So I've interrupted completely. Go ahead.
So yeah, I have never been part of like doing a bond before, so I'd like to understand just when you say how does it work in terms of issuing the tranches? Like when do you decide to do that? Like, and is that a vote of the council? Like, how does that work exactly?
Right. So with this, there's a few different types of bonds, but with just general obligation bonds, if the voters pass the ballot measure, then you have, say, some par amount limit, some borrowing amount limit with that authorization. So in 1999, town could not borrow more than 6.8 million. So similarly, this is what would happen here. And so when the town says, okay, we can probably do in the next 3 years, $5 million worth of projects, then you would issue bonds then to generate $5 million of project proceeds to implement the projects. And then, maybe a year or two later in the planning process, okay, we anticipate that we can start on these next set of projects. Let's get ready to issue the next tranche of bonds.
Okay. Thank you. And then, so that bullet, that second bullet that says at more aggressive growth rates,
What does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so that's talking about the assessed value growth rate. So if you recall on the prior slide, we're showing the growth rate of assessed value within the town. So we're using a conservative 3.5% growth rate.
Real estate value growth rates.
Not assessed value, not real estate value. Mhm.
Assessed value. Okay. And then, and so the proceeds are obviously a function of, whatever rate you choose.
Right. So what happens is the ad valorem taxes, as you set a tax rate of 22.50 or 30, so that gets collected with the AV, with the not excluding the exempt properties. That goes to pay debt service on the bonds.
Right. And that's collected every year, regardless of your issuance.
No, it's only for this type of bond, you only can collect what you need to pay on debt service of outstanding general obligation bonds. So it's a little different than some other taxes where you collect the taxes at a certain rate no matter what. Here, you only collect enough to pay debt service on currently outstanding bonds.
Okay, so it fluctuates. So it's not necessarily something that the taxpayers are intuitively going to, expect necessarily year over year, because unless they really are paying attention to what the town is spending and so forth. Is that right? Do I have that right? Because usually
it will be on the property tax bill.
Yeah. But it's not necessarily going to be the same year over year.
If I may.
Yeah.
You may have noticed in the staff report, one of the things that Michael and I talked about is how the rate that you have been paying has been going down. So there was a projection that it would be $58, but at this point for Measure K, in order to pay what we need to pay, and we've done this through council action, it's now set at $22.50. So I hope that helps. It's not that correct me if I'm wrong, but it hasn't been going up, it's been going down.
Originally, when we issued the bonds, we anticipated that the rate would be 58. Based on the interest rates that we were able to get the bonds in at over the 3 years, it started out at a high rate. The next tranche was a lower rate. The third tranche was a little lower rate. Then we went and refinanced the first tranche at a much lower rate. And so as those rates went down, our debt service requirements declined also. So we were able to lower the rate that we were charged in order to bring in the funds that we needed to do the debt service.
Okay. Super helpful. Thank you.
And the
So
tax rate also.
over the years, you decide when to take out another bond as you need it. So as you complete a certain amount of road work and you're running low on that money, you take out another one. And at the same time, those rates are changing. So each time you take out another one, or each time you possibly refinance an old one, the rate changes. And that all determines what the property tax is. Okay. Thank you. I never understood.
And sometimes the tax rate going down is also a factor of the AV going up. So any other questions on this slide? Thank you. So I believe what we are discussing tonight is simply to explore the feasibility of a bond measure. I can't tell you, even though there's been a lot of success, the town itself has had a successful bond measure, I can't tell you that this is a slam dunk or that it will happen. So we are not talking about putting a bond measure on the ballot right now. We're talking about exploring the feasibility. And as the mayor mentioned, sometimes people don't like the term poll versus survey. So what we really mean is a scientific survey or poll that matches the voter population of the town, the voter demographics of the town. So say you go and ask 600 and they have to have 72% that are Democrats 52% that's over age 55 or older, so that you can really rely on the results and be able to extract what you think might happen if you did put the bond measure on the ballot in November of 2024.
So it's like a weighted sample to make sure you get a representative group of people that truly represents the population of Fairfax. Okay.
Right.
Good.
And then what we would be asking is what types of projects would garner interest. You may find that the residents are saying, yes, what took you so long? We wanted the roads to be fixed. We're already paying, at this rate. We would be happy to extend it. Or you may find that there are other project priorities. We're also looking for a threshold at which point the voters really would say no matter what the projects are. And if the survey comes back and it doesn't look promising, I don't think anyone would recommend moving forward with that. But again, at this step, we really just don't have the information until this poll is completed.
I have more questions on the polling, but I don't want to. But if you have more slides that cover it, I'll absolutely wait.
If you want to ask,
So do you have more slides that cover the polling?
I have one slide about voter turnout. So
Okay. So it's a digital poll.
Is it phone? Is it?
So we
Or
would
is
not
it
be the
phone?
ones doing the polling.
Okay.
But if we were, it says calling. It's calling.
Okay. And do you describe the project types that this would fund, or is there an assumption that people know what a general bond, is there description of what the funding would be used for? And then do you capture, I think you said threshold, so do you capture what the palatability is in terms of, okay, people start to go cold after 30 or 40 or what have you?
Right. And we want to ask about various products. So we don't want to just ask about roads. We want to ask about others as well. So it is trying to extract what the community wants so that you're able to give the community what they want.
Sure.
Great. Sorry. It's very interesting. I worked for 25 years in public opinion polling. So
So voter turnout can be very important. It can be the make or break. And this is why we're talking about this right now is perhaps that general election, the presidential election in November.
Can I ask you folks to leave the room if you're going to discuss things? It's hard to hear. Thank you.
This upcoming general election where we will see a huge turnout might be the best timing. So again, this polling or survey will also extract that, it's a good time to go this upcoming presidential election or not. And the last slide that I have is just a guided timeline. Right now we're here sitting in January discussing potential exploration of a feasibility of a bond measure. And if the council were to direct staff, then they would engage a polling firm to conduct the poll sometime next month, hopefully, and then come back to council in March to discuss the results. And that's kind of when all the fun stuff happens and you see what the results are and we help you interpret and kind of at least say, okay, this is definitely a very strong possibility, or you know what, this is not the right time. And then really what we're working towards is a deadline to submit a resolution calling for the election in August. So in June and July would be when council would be adopting that resolution. After that, there could be a campaign committee that the town cannot use resources for, leading up to the November 5th election date.
So when you say the town can't use resources, who does fund it?
You would have to create a campaign.
Yes.
That would be residents forming that campaign committee. It has nothing to do, the council can't be involved. A council member can be involved as an individual, not as a council member.
is that like when we run Measure J?
It's like when you run when I run Measure J.
Yeah, it was a question. Yeah. So you don't get irritated with me.
I'm not trying to be irritated. It's just that
So no, my question is, so it's private donors, if you will, that are donating to, you know, flyers or whatever campaign materials. Okay.
Yeah, it's a whole separate deal and staff can't be involved as well as council members, you know, sitting on the dais. Just one thing, because I think you're done, is would the poll include, and I know you wouldn't be doing it, but I think there needs to be some idea of what the amount of money is you would want to issue the bonds for, correct? Because and an estimate of what that property tax bill would be, because I think people's appetite, you know, 6.83, which was Measure K, was small. I mean, it was big at the time, 1999, but I think you all are thinking about a much higher number. So would the poll include things like, what is the number you're talking about, and what is kind of the estimate of what it would look like on your property tax bill? Because I think that's where you get people's potential appetite.
That's exactly right, Mayor, is that what we would focus on is the tax rate. So how it would impact the resident and trying to extract what the threshold is for tax rate. So I may be very supportive at $30 tax rate, but you go to 45, I'm going to say no matter what. And it's to extract that. And then we can back into estimate how much that would generate in terms of bond proceeds.
Except for, I guess I would say to our town manager, I think to put things on like $30 is not realistic. I mean, I think we have to have a feel for what the amount is we would need to fix the roads. And I'm a little concerned when you talk about all these other things you want to add in, because I think the goal here is really getting the PCI of roads up and fixing our roads that have fallen into disrepair. So I would ask our town manager, would you include in the poll, you know, is it $35 million? So that people have a feel for what we really want to focus this on. It's not anything and everything you want done in the town.
Yes, Mayor. I think we're agreeing. What we want to do is be able to give people in the survey a real understanding of how it would impact them, right? So if we say we're looking at the max we think we could get, which is about $36 million, then that is $60 per $100,000. So if I have a house that I know, you know, I'm taxed at a rate of assessed value is say 500,000, I can do that math pretty easily. And we can also, you know, potentially include like, well, the median is 650. So that means, you know, your amount per year might be somewhere in the neighborhood of $300 to $400 per year. And would it be worth that for, you know, some very significant fixes to our roads, which would include, you know, not just pavement, but also curb and gutter, retaining walls, and then other things, which I think Wingsy is making an important point, which is that we've heard from the people who happen to show up here and send us emails that paving is very important, but are there other issues that we're missing in the general population? Because you know, as much as we appreciate the input of the public who come here or call in or email us, we know that there's a whole universe of people who live in Fairfax, who vote, who are not coming to the meetings, and we want to get their opinion.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And I want to open it up to council members to ask questions, and then we'll open it up to the public. Councilmember Catrano, I see your finger on the button.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much. Super helpful to start getting the mind churning about such things. I was curious, Public Works Director Mbertis, if you could actually speak to some it's like a couple of years ago when we first started getting some good coverage in the Marin IJ about the PCI scores throughout the county, but sort of looking to our neighbors in the Ross Valley and Larkspur and the success that they've had. And another story covered that again this winter. Each time the new PCI numbers come out and things like that. I was wondering if you could speak to the case study of our neighbors in Larkspur, how they were able to jump so high in their pavement condition in such a short period of time, and the process that they undertook to do that.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this thing. So I'm not, of course, completely familiar with all of the details of their work, but the general knowledge and information that I have is that the PCI was approximately 44 in Larkspur. It's currently, I believe, at 87. They passed a bond measure, I believe, for approximately $25 million, which they have, they spent, basically a 5-year plan of touching all of their roads. They completed essentially that project, I think, very recently within the last year or so. The approach that they had was kind of a combination of different applications. So a significant portion was what they call mill and fill, where you're taking off, grinding off the top 2 inches and replacing that asphalt. They had, I believe, if I remember correctly, some 10% of their road work was complete removal and replacement. I think another 10% was like slurry seal. So they used different applications there. But they're essentially their bond was for $25 million. They focused it solely upon road work. They used existing general fund that typically went to the road improvement program. They used that to manage the projects. So they didn't hire new staff for this. They kind of made a commitment to the community. We're going to use this money for roads. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. The things that I think are very important to understand and take is that Larkspur has 33 miles worth of roads. We have 27 and a half. The size of their population is similar to Fairfax in general. The topography of Larkspur is very similar. The cost for materials and labor is going to be the same. So it's a really great opportunity to take a look at, as you pointed out, a case study of a community that is very close to us. Anyone can go over there very easily and see the condition of the roads if they wish to. And many of the variables are exactly the same. A lot of times when these case studies come up, people will say, oh, but that's, Laguna Niguel in Southern California. The conditions are different there. Their seasons may be longer. Their labor costs might be different. Their materials costs might be different. All sorts of different variables. We're lucky to be able to take a look at the Larkspur example and see real progress and real achieved results in basically the same type of environment.
Thank you. And I had just 2 other quick follow-ups on that. So in order to actually accomplish what they set out to do, I think it's all good and great to think about this in the theoretical way, but also, sometimes communities' eyes can be bigger than their stomachs in terms of what they could actually take on and prove to the community they can do. They partnered with a firm that we have also partnered with in order to come up with that 5-year plan. Is that right?
I believe that that's the case. The company that you're referring to is Pavement Engineering Incorporated. Their principal, who you have met, Joe Ryrie, was involved working with them in Larkspur. He is working with us now. We've actually put together a 5-year plan based upon what is the current budget. What we would do, assuming we are able to move forward and we pass a bond and raise this fund, is we would take that 5-year plan and obviously implement more streets into it and try to achieve that. You brought up a point of communities, eyes are bigger than their stomachs. It's a dramatic amount of work. If you're going, I think believe, if I remember correctly, they touched in the 95% range of their streets. It will be a significant impact upon the community to do all of this work. But the end result will be a significant improvement to the streets. I think it's very clear for anyone who has driven Scenic and Porteous how much nicer they are than they were. That's what we're trying to achieve here. So we are currently working with PEI. It may also be that we end up bringing other consultants in order to help us with the plans and specifications for certain areas, depending upon the type of work that might take place. PEI certainly can do that, but there may be reasons for us to expand that out and have different firms helping us with the plans and specifications and work out those details.
And thank you very much. It's helpful. And I know a lot of folks in the community liked getting the presentation from PEI last year, which brings me to my final question. Assuming we move forward with this exercise and go out to the community and get feedback, we have yet to receive that 5-year plan that was brought up conceptually to us last spring. We have gotten some great roads in the last project year or the last fiscal year, and that's on consent, a bunch of notices of completion, which we love to see. So thank you. But I'm curious, what do these timelines look like in terms of council and the public getting to actually see a 5-year plan that's fully cooked, and this work of getting sentiment from stratified sample of the community that actually gives us good input for the future.
I think Heather can speak to, I think we're looking at the current 5-year plan that Lauren was talking about coming to us either the 24th or February 7th, correct?
Yes, so Lauren has been working hard on that 5-year plan, and we have it on the schedule for the 24th. I've seen the draft, and so that is the sort of business as usual 5-year plan, if you will. Approximately $500,000 a year. We think we can comfortably afford to work on pavement. There are other public works projects that also need to be done. And you're seeing that, as Councilmember Catrano mentioned, there's always that balancing act of, doing all the projects and doing all the plans. And so then what I've talked with Lauren about is if we get polling that is positive and we think that we're moving forward, then we would be regenerating a plan, which we could bring back to council to say, we think we could accomplish this if we are successful at the ballot. And that would be, check me if I'm wrong, but that would be the kind of information that we could provide. We can't as the town, we can't campaign for a ballot measure.
Just
your
facts, information, no advocacy at all.
Okay. Are you finished, Councilmember?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I think Councilmember Hellman just said she has some questions.
I love the report on Larkspur. I had those questions. Thank you. Do you happen to know what percentage of the voters voted in favor for Larkspur?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then back to the polling. I think we know that this ballot in November is going to be multifold. And I think it's important to contextualize that for the voters because they're going to see a lot of taxes and bond. There's a lot. So to the extent possible, orient the poll, the person who's taking the survey around that. Because I want my streets paved and I do the calculation. Okay, that's a couple $100. Sure, no problem. But then, with 10 other items, maybe not so much.
How is that done? I mean, it's hard to see what's going to be on from like the state side but like, yeah, how do pollers do that in terms of looking at the entire universe of things that are going to be on that ballot, or the, hands that are going to be out to voters for money?
Most of the polls and surveys typically are in regard to the ballot measure at hand, because we want to get clear data, and we don't want to say if, make an assumption or know what is going to exactly be on the ballot. But you can add a question of, well, if something else is also on, would you vote for this as well? So there's just ways of the questions that you're asking that can get to that answer.
Yeah, and I think it's that BAFA is going to be on the ballot. And is there a transportation or a transit bond?
So far, there's 14 qualified measures for the state ballot, and there are others that are gathering signatures. So I think Wing C talked about how you deal with that in a poll. You can't speculate that there are 10 ballot measures that may dip into your pocket, because we don't know if any of them will pass or not. And they'll all be different.
Okay.
Also, the measure C, I was thinking of was MWPA, which was a personal tax, right?
It was yes, but
it was Measure
our
C.
Measure C is
right. But that was my confusion.
There's a lot of the same numbers going around our letters. Okay, any other questions before we open it up to public comment? Vice Mayor Blash.
Yeah. Let's see. So it seems like the last major push to repair roads was in 2009. So that was it. And so it's sort of like the fact that that money, got spent, and then there wasn't enough money. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how we got to where we are now. Enough money or staff to keep spending on the roads to that extent. So since that was done, then it just kind of went downhill, right?
Well, I can take a stab at that. So, yeah, I mean, pavement, it takes decades, right, for it to get to the state at which it is now. And it's my understanding that when the 1999 ballot measure was put on, that it was not as large as was initially requested, right? So, if we could do everything, maybe it was $14 million and it came down to almost $7 million. So a lot of work was done, and then the money was expended. And then the sort of what can we afford on a pay as you go went forward, and that was a lot lower. So yeah, we're doing catch up on a lot of deferred maintenance. It's more expensive. It's quite common, right? Throughout California, it's very difficult to keep up with the level of maintenance that's really required. But it is less expensive to do maintenance versus full repair.
Because I'm imagining people are going to be saying to themselves, well, no, we already pay taxes for this kind of thing. And don't we get a bunch of funding from the state or the feds or something to pay for all this? Like, why isn't there enough money coming in? Or how much money do we actually get in grants? Can't we just do this with grants without a bond measure or something?
Well, yeah, I mean, I have a copy of our budget here, and we have, gas tax and other funding sources in there. They're just not at the level that we would need to really make a major repair. And, we sort of can't go backwards in time. We can only go forward in fixing the condition of road that we have now.
And then finally, typically things like this would have, like I noticed that our prior bond measure covered not just streets, but it also had storm drains. But I think the other thing people always ask is like, well, how can I be assured that if it's sort of this type of a bond measure, that the money will be spent on what I expect it to be spent on? So is it typical to have like a citizen oversight committee or something that makes sure that people are assured that their money is getting spent on the thing that they want it spent on?
When we did the bond measure back in 2000, we had a Measure K oversight committee that was tasked with looking at the expenditures each year and verifying that they were spent in accordance with what the bond measure was for.
And just to say, I had asked staff what we spent Measure K money on over the years, and in the supplement, which is online as well as on the safe out there, there's a pretty extensive list of it. Michael prepared this of everything we've spent Measure K bond money on, and it's really pretty extensive, and thank you for doing it. I'm sure you had these records, but it's a yeoman's effort to put it into this nice table.
The large exhibit was prepared back in 2009 as a recap of what the major expenditures that they had. Subsequent to that, we had a couple of refinance measures that pulled out some additional money, and so I provided the additional information on that. But the key was being able to locate those documents after 12 years.
Okay, well, thank you. And I think that's helpful for people who wonder. Any other questions here, or we can open it up to public comment?
So we seem to be having a good bit of discussion here in the question section, but this is what we're here for, is just to discuss this. So Lauren, if as you know, I like physical things like you do, and I really appreciate your work for the town. And one reason that we're here at this point to even consider this is because we now have a solid, excellent public works director and department to do this, which we didn't have up until fairly recently. So the one question I have is just, you mentioned possibly the company that you were referring to, Payment Management. I forget what the name is, but anyway, that company working on this. What do you see as the impact on your workload and your ability to handle other things in town besides pavement that we of course have to keep up with if we had this level of expenditures that we were maintaining? That's one question. And then on the positive side, I see benefits from doing a bond measure and really bringing up the level that we work on pavement. One of them, of course, is that we're all happier because we have better roads. We actually save a little bit of money on our cars and our tires not wearing out so much. Maybe there are a few less bike accidents, but we also are saving money because as Heather mentioned several times, it costs more money to fix a road if it's, as we learned in the presentation that was given to us a while back, very excellent presentation. It costs more money to fix a road if it's degraded than if you fix it before it degrades. So can you give any kind of sort of quantitative estimate as to how those two fit together, the amount of effort it's going to be to manage this and the amount of savings that we get by doing it?
Great question. So the short answer is that it will be more work for me. Where we benefited from PEI in the particular road work that we recently completed is that we engaged their services also to act as project inspectors, and so they were receiving the request for information. They were out there in the field actually inspecting the work, and then were providing me with information. So when we received a change order about something, we would discuss that. I would discuss that with the inspector. We would then, I would contact the contractor and say, hey, this is what we think is going on. So that will be necessary. We'll need to have somebody who's able to go out to those projects and inspect, make sure that they're doing the type of quality work that we want them to be doing and make sure that they're doing the work that they're supposed to be doing per the plans and specifications. But, there will be more. If you imagine that Porteous and Scenic created, a certain number of questions, if we multiply that by 10 or by 5, those questions will, continue. They're all kind of the same questions, but, there will be more of them because we'll be touching more road. So it will be more work, but what we'll do is we'll have to rely upon the people who helped generate those plans and specifications to assist the town. So on the second note about your second question about what does it mean to spend this money and then what do we need to do as a follow-up, if we are successful in passing this bond measure and we complete the work that we want to do in the next 5 to 6 years, that doesn't mean that we stop spending money on roads. There is actually an exercise that I worked on with Joe Ryrie of PEI to say, if we go through this process and we fix all of the roads to get to a certain PCI, what do we need to spend for maintenance? And it wasn't one of the exercises, and one of the things he showed me was, it's still going to be between, $400,000 to $1 million a year based upon years and based upon the age of the streets that we touch. Because in year 1, by year 10, they'll start to degrade. So you have to kind of figure that out. But, he was able to kind of give us a rough estimate. And a lot of these numbers are based upon a lot of assumptions. But, he was able to say, hey, based upon these assumptions, you're still going to have to continue to spend X number of dollars past your 5-year. So it's a lot less than what we would be doing as part of the bond measure, because if we do pass $35 million bond measure, we're going to be spending $7 million a year. After it's completed, that number will drop significantly, but it won't go to zero. We'll still need to use gas tax money. We'll still need to use certain things to continue maintaining the roads if we want to keep it at that level. If we don't, then we'll be having this conversation again in another 25, 30 years. And, it'll be significantly more expensive then. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. So there's still money required on an annual basis to keep it at 80, just like there's money right now required on an annual basis to keep it at 55. But right now, the money required to keep it at 55 is more money than we actually have. So at the projection right now is that if we continue with business as usual, it will decline from 55. So it takes something more than what we're already spending to keep it at 55. Would you say it would take less to keep it at 80 than it takes to keep it at 55 without it declining?
The answer to that is yes. And if you remember from Joe's presentation, there was one graph that I think was very important, and it created a kind of an S curve, if you will. And what that showed was that if you keep your roads here, this starts at 80, your roads are in good condition, they start to dramatically turn off on condition and start going lower and lower until the point that they are almost at a failure, and then it flattens out because you can't fail any further. So the idea behind this curve is that as you get lower down on this graph, costs go up because the repair is more. If you can keep that S curve and keep on maintaining it at the top of that curve by pushing out the vertical line there, if you will, you continue to touch those good streets and push that S curve farther out to the future. Once it hits a certain point, it's now down at that bottom, and that's where you're going to have more costs. So if you can keep it at that 80 at those high levels by pushing that out and continuing to apply certain treatments to them to keep them in good condition, yes, that's the type of work that would be, say, a slurry seal versus having to grind it all out and replace it. So you want to continue to try to do those low cost, low touch, if you will, type of treatments like slurry, like cape seals, those types of things, rather than having to grind it all up and replace it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to say one thing and then we'll open it up to the public. one of the things I recalled on some of these projects is the cost estimation that was done was not really on the money. And whenever we go forward, either with our current plan or in the future, we need to have our consultants do a much better job in cost estimating. I don't think we should be coming back for all these increased changes. So that would be something just to keep in mind.
If I may, Mayor Kohler, that's a really important point, and that is something that PEI and I have acknowledged, and that's what we are doing currently. We're taking a look at the actual cost that we received from the contractor, Gelati Brothers, who performed the work on Scenic and Porteous, and we're using that information that we received for these numbers. So we're taking what we received in the PCI PTAP report, but we're augmenting that with real information. Plus, what we're also doing with the estimates that we have put together in the 5-year plan is we're also acknowledging that there is extra work that needs to take place other than just the paving, including concrete work, sidewalk work, curb cut work that might be triggered by some of these. So I don't know exactly how he used that, but he took those that extra work into consideration for generating these numbers. It's not solely the PCI, but we're using a multiplier that says, based upon the PCI, we expect that there's a certain percentage that's going to be concrete work or curb work, and that's an average, and it may change from one street to the next. But we did acknowledge that there's a difference there.
I saw a quote recently by Sean Condry in San Anselmo about a project they had that went way over budget. And he said he'd never seen such a bad cost estimation in all his years. So we want to make sure that we're much closer to what the real costs are. So the public, we have a better understanding of what we're doing. So with that, I'd like to open this up to public comment. I want to remind folks, we're doing 2 minutes for public comment here. And so do your best and let's get started. First speaker.
Pamela Meggs. You all know where I live. Having dealt with bonds, I think about 100 million since I'm elected on the Ross Valley Sanitary District. It's a lot to take on if you don't have any experience. So you go slow, you get informed. But my concerns are about what is the town doing about your budget for roads on a 5-year plan, 10-year plan, whatever. I don't have no clue. And folks are asking in town, why is it such a, and I heard what you said, but they want to see the numbers and what happened in the past. And I do know there's work in town that has caused the roads to be worse. They're cracking, especially if you live up in the hills. And it is a safety issue, so it needs to be done. My question is also about grants and possibly sharing a bond throughout the county because a lot of folks are having road problems. And then how long are you going to do the bond? The debt service costs have to be very clear to the community or they won't trust what y'all doing. I did hear about the retaining walls. There are a bunch of places in town, and I've heard over and over, we don't have the money. Don't even bring it to me. So there is issues about retaining walls. And the topography in Fairfax, a lot of it is canyons. And so the roads are very narrow. And the way they did the berms on my street in the past, they cut out a bunch of parking. So there's a lot of research and material that you need to get. And then bidding for the job are these union jobs. So it's a tipping point too for seniors. This is going to be another cost and for low income. So maybe you could do something to help them by lowering the rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here. I'd like to point out that the town of Fairfax, as of 2021 audit, had $12 million in long-term debt and $22 million in liabilities. Tonight's presentation is premature and somewhat misleading and not transparent regarding real costs, and I would argue against spending limited town of Fairfax funds on a survey on how to move forward at this point in time. The impact on property owners is higher than is being represented. Median sales price is $1.1 million, according to Realtor.com. So the costs are likely understated versus average assessed value, which lags. 2, financing or refinancing and adding to the town's debt at almost 20-year high interest rates just doesn't make sense. The town council needs to institute an austerity budget as to debt liabilities and deferred maintenance. And its financial situation is severely underwater. There have been major roadway damaging work, as was just stated by Pam Miggs here, by MMWD and PG&E and their contractors. Why should Fairfax residents pay for what PG&E, MMWD, and specific roadway damaging contractors are responsible for? The town council needs to hold those who cause the damages accountable for paying for those damages. I've told this town council numerous times previously that a paving contractor has said that a part of the town's patchwork street problem is that Fairfax's municipal code is weak compared to that of Rohnert Park and Saratoga, which require contractors to do repairs out to the middle of the street. Has this been addressed? If not, why hasn't it been addressed? Not holding contractors responsible for properly repairing their roadway damages is costing the town money. Before this town council starts spending more money to tax Fairfax residents there are more questions that need to be answered. Where is the town council's fiscal responsibility, i.e. between $5,000 and $10,000 spent for painting a special interest group sidewalk and surrounding costs, i.e. there's no accountability discussion of who is responsible for what portion of the road repair other entities are responsible for.
Thank you, Todd. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell. Interest rates went down for 40 years. Interest rates are now going up. I don't see it as being a reversible trend. So you better take that into your calculations. It was stated in the report that there was no separate public works director for like 10 years. Some of you on the council aren't responsible for that, but others of you are. There was virtually nothing done. And to get anything done took a couple of years of hassling or complaining to get any work at all done. So now we're supposed to pay. And I think really the main problem is you guys spend so much money on your personal projects. I mean, I'm just looking at ResJ, somewhere between $65,000 and $100,000, $85,000 for the Cascades illegal striping, 7 years to do the parkade, which diminished the value of the grant that we got so much that you took $125,000 or $135,000 out of the reserve fund to finish the project. We now have like how many people as a climate action coordinator and assistant? Isn't there like another guy we hired who's supposed to be doing like the rent control stuff? Isn't he making like about $140,000 a year? You want to pay the Berkeley Rent Board to do the stuff with the just cause eviction and the rent control? Also, a contract with the legal aid of Marin is in the works. I mean, you're just spending money on all this stuff. If you come up with a bond and say, yeah, well, it's going to cost 15 million or 30 million, and they vote for it, you guys aren't going to stop spending. You'll just keep doing your little personal projects.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Town Council, Michael McIntosh. First thing I'd request, the questions that are asked to the people should be released to the public so we could see those questions, so we can make our own determination if we feel they're fair. One of the demographics that I did not see included were property owners, whether you are a property owner or not, because that is where the impact will be felt. And if those fees can be passed on to your tenants. Beyond that, I heard a confusing conversation because we spoke about sales tax. So I understand that what I believe I heard is your bond issue going up, and I also think it's wrong time for interest rates, wants to collect the different tranches as they expire to add it to your current tranche, so you can have a collective larger amount collected if you collect sales tax and keep it at the 9.25 rate. However, there's a discussion that it would be assessed to the property. Sales tax is not assessed to property. So I'd like clarification on if it's a bond issue, which will be assessed to the property versus a sales tax issue, or if they're combined. I'd also like to know if there's rosy outlooks and what the impact would be if the repeal of Prop 19 passes in November, if our ability to keep our 2/3 instead of dropping to 55, if it passes. I think all those numbers should really be projected in advance, but more than anything else, the questions asked to the public or whoever your little poll group is should be made public so that there's not a question to see if they were slanted one way or the other way. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Rick Hamer, downtown Fairfax. My guess, because I'm not a very a scholar of this is Department 887 non-K, if I'm correct, which is currently at the end of last fiscal year was $500,000, of which the K contributed another $370,000. But my concern is, as a citizen resident of Fairfax, is if we seek funding from something like a bond issue, a sales tax, that doesn't replace funding that should already be committed out of our general fund or other resources. So in other words, I wouldn't want to see us sort of trade money and say, oh, okay, this general fund money, we're not going to put it into whatever, some pet project like the previous speaker said, because we're now getting this $7 million or whatever it turns out to be on the bond or sales tax. So I want to make sure that we maintain that same level of spending, because if it goes up at 3.5%, like the presenter had said, back in 1999, that would have only been $225,000 if it was increasing at that annually, and it seems like that needs to be. I want to just, as a person who might be voting on this, I would like to see a commitment that we are not reducing a previous funding that should have been allocated for it and replacing it with this bond fund, just because it's there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers in the room? Seeing none, do we have speakers on Zoom?
We have one hand on Zoom, yes.
Okay.
Lynn, you are unmuted.
Hi, I wanted to say I'm grateful that Lauren's been hired. I appreciate that. But I also wonder when we didn't have someone doing these jobs and paving our roads, where did the money go? Like, where's the bank that we would have been spending to an employee? Where did that money go? I also don't understand how you can do something like this and still the town ties the hands of homeowners and property owners and say you can't push that cost, that increase onto their renters. That doesn't make sense. And I saw where Stephanie had rolled the eyes. There's so much stuff on the ballot. Well, I think you guys kind of shot yourself in the foot by not taking care of the just cause and the rent stabilization this last November. So yes, it is overwhelming and it is going to add salt to the wound. So we tried to tell you to put it in last November, but you guys didn't want to spend the money and you didn't want to do it. That's upsetting. So I also want to know if you could come on to Marinda Drive. I already sent Lauren an email and put sawhorses over the holes, easels, or spray the area white so that we stop walking into it. Bikes drop into these holes. The gravel slides, you either have to hit a car, you're going to hit an oncoming car, or a bicyclist. You have to make a choice at the last minute what to do. So we need to put something up there so people can see them at night, because they're impossible to see the holes. And the slippery gravel walking down the hill, the exposed gravel is ridiculous. And then there's water that comes up under the ground on that hill on the corner of Marinda and St. Gabriel. And the water that comes off the hill in a pipe doesn't go all the extent to the gutter. So it just drips onto the dirt and then goes under the road and then just keeps part of what's seeping out. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Lauren, I know that you've been really responsive when people submit these kind of things, so I'm sure you're looking into this.
In fact, specifically to Lynn's comments, her email is actually open, and I have intended to respond to her. I just have not gotten to it. But in general, I try to let everyone know that what we can do and what we are doing. And hopefully the result of this meeting will be that people should support some effort by the council and by the town to do something for our roads. I think it's really important. I can't talk really to what happened before I got here, but I really am excited to see improvements, and I want to see more of them. So I hope people
Okay,
stand behind.
so thank you for responding to Lynn in the next couple of days, and thanks for being so responsive when we get these complaints. Any other speakers?
We have two more raised hands on Zoom. The first speaker is Deb Benson, followed by Mallory. Deb, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Cynthia, I think your name is, clerk. Thank you, council, for hearing me. Back in 2017, some of I ran for council and my platform was simple. A big part of it was fixing the roads and sidewalks. And some of you took that on too, who were campaigning at the same time to your platforms. There have been a few token projects since then. But there's also been a lot of money spent on, as Mark said, on sort of private pursuits, private political pursuits. Cascade Drive, lately the Sherwood Oaks sale, which is relieving us of sales tax revenue. There's a lot of staff expansion, some of it necessary. I'm really glad Lauren is here, and he inherited a morass of road mess. I'm sorry about that. The rent control business, the whole business on consultants for closing Bolinas Road. I voted for every bond measure, usually, kind of pushed by Barbara. We need this for the police, the fire, the whatever. I voted yes, but I'm one of the people whose homeowners insurance just got canceled, and I'm looking at a big bill there. I think our money's being misspent. The whole business with the housing element, we had to spend all that money and then fire the people. I don't think I could vote for another penny being spent by you guys, and I'm sorry about that. And our roads really do need to be fixed, but we need to come back to ground zero here, square one, and look at what really needs to happen here for the people. So thank you for trying, and thanks for hearing me.
Thank you, Deb. Next speaker.
Mallory is our next speaker. Mallory, you're unmuted.
Hi. I just have one thing to say, which is the way the money has been spent to save the town, most of it's going to Berkeley, it's going to wherever it's going, but it's not going here to fix us. And I think rather than hiring $1 million consultants or throwing away money on consultants that we don't like, that we spent a lot of money on, I think some proportion can go to fixing Fairfax itself and our infrastructure and our roads, and make everything safer for people here. That's it.
Thank you, Mallory.
You don't mean that.
Are there other speakers?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bringing it back to the council. So I think the question I would pose to the council, I mean, some of what we heard were people saying, I don't want to spend more money. I'm getting taxed enough. Some people don't feel that we're spending money appropriately. I think these are all things that, should we do a poll, we could see if there's appetite for this. I know when Joe came and Lauren did the discussion of roads, other than some other very controversial issues where people were very unhappy, that's where I saw people really interested. And some of it is Joe is a great showman, but he also knows his stuff. And I think one of the things that you pointed out is we've got a great example here with Larkspur, which is so similar to our town. And, you know, we're not talking about somewhere in Sacramento or Elk Grove. We have a real good comparator. So I feel like the poll would be something that we can see. Is there an appetite for this? And I think one thing that Michael Mack. Oh, I apologize. Sorry. One of the things that Michael McIntosh brought up was in the demographics, looking at who are property owners. And I have to be frank, you got better eyes than I do because I couldn't see that. But I think we should definitely add that because those are the folks that would get the first hit. And so I think it's worthwhile to pursue a poll, and let's really consider, you know, would it be a part of the other things I would think about? Would you rather wait until 2026, which means our roads are going to go down more, but because maybe interest rates will be better? Thank you, Mark, for reminding me. I was doing what I always tell other folks. Would interest rates be better if we waited a couple of years? Will we get past some of the controversy that we have, and also maybe not a ballot that's loaded with so much? That ballot we're going to see in November is going to be pretty darn long. So I think we ought to consider something like that. So I guess I want to ask my fellow council members, do you think it's worth doing a poll and I like the idea of your explanation that it's really a scientific, it's not a survey that's hit and miss. So what is your thoughts, Councilmember Hellman?
Yeah, I'm in favor. I asked this be agendized. So,
Right.
Yeah,
and I
I'm
want to thank
absolutely.
you for that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for such a great report and presentation. And I'm definitely in favor. Let's hear from the community.
Okay, Councilmember Ackerman, are you supportive of
Yes, I'm supportive of exploring it. And I'll just mention one thing that I don't know whether this affects how you would word a survey or poll, but listening to some of the comments tonight, it's important to note in the budget how big road repair is. It's a large cost, just like fire department is a large cost, the police department is a large cost, road repair is a large cost, and a lot of the other things are much smaller. So it's just getting that picture in mind helps to understand a little bit about policy.
Yeah, didn't you say Porteous and Scenic were
anyways.
750? Was 750?
Correct. They were approximately $750,000. And it was,
$750,000
I think,
million for 2 streets.
Okay, so anyway, yes, I'm in favor of pursuing.
Okay, Councilmember Catrona.
Yes, I'm definitely interested in hearing what the community has to say about this. I think to Mr. Bell's point, I think in the staff report, which was great, thank you. Paragraph 4 says it all, is just, where things have been, where we've been trying to go in terms of showing that we can start to hire the right folks and that we can do some of these projects. And I think we need to continue that trend. But there have been capacity issues in the past, and we're trying to rectify that. I hope when this 5-year plan comes forward, that it can speak to what those capacity constraints would be in a world where we were managing a large number of projects that we're anticipating. So that's like something I hope comes back. The other thing, like I agree with doing this polling, but in addition to getting a better sense of capacity in the years ahead and what those constraints would be, I'd also really like to see, and it's a point that Mr. Greenberg from downtown mentions quite a bit. We are going after competitive grants. We do have ARPA dollars for storm drain stuff. It's great to figure out how those puzzle pieces all fit together. We also know that MMWD is going to be doing more work on Bolinas. There are other utilities. Ross Valley Sanitary District is going to be tearing up Broadway in 2026 or something. Like, I think in that 5-year plan, it'll be great to see what roads are already going to get touched. We know that we're starting to federalize some projects like Fairfax Bolinas Road, which is on consent, but getting a fuller picture of all the different stakeholders and who's doing what, where, and when over the next 5 years is going to be really critical for figuring out how we marry the information we get from the public in the polling with what we can actually do in the coming years. So that's not a condition, but I just wanted to put that out there because I think it'll be important.
And just one clarification, the 5-year plan that'll be coming to us on the 24th is really under current funding. We're not looking at the potential future. So I don't think we'll see all those aspects. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm doing it again. Apologize. But I don't think we're not going to see those kind of factors in the 5-year plan on the 24th. It's really under current funding levels, which are much lower. And
can you speak really quickly to that, Lauren?
Yeah, so in the draft that we have now, I am making a few assumptions based upon things that I know are kind of in the pipeline. So for instance, I have Park Road listed as a project, knowing that we also are in the process of doing a storm drain project. So they're kind of going together in that, and I have that placed in a year based upon that. Knowing that MMWD would like to fix Bolinas, I have that currently projected in the year that they would like to do it. So it kind of skews the numbers a little bit, but I am trying to use that 5-year plan to capture what I know. And it's going to be important for us to put together a plan, not only so that we can see what other agencies are doing, but so we can share it with other agencies so they can try to put it together. So short answer is yes, I'm trying to gather what information I can to put into that 5-year plan as best as I can.
Yeah, and I don't think for the 24th, it's a week away or something. We don't need to see all of this stuff, but in the coming months, if we're getting polling data, we need to be able to justify to the community why we need X amount of dollars, because these questions are going to come up if there are other actors that are going to be working on roads. So.
Correct. So right now, the 5-year plan really gives kind of an example for you and the community to say, this is what it looks like. This is what $500,000 gets you. And I know that a 5-year plan is not going to go exactly as we draw it today, because things will change, things will get shifted, things will move forward. But it gives an idea of saying, oh, this is what it looks like. And so that's what I'm hoping to be able to give to you next week. And of course, as Heather pointed out, if we continue to get further interest on the bond measure, then that starts changing that plan of adding more streets to it or doing different things to it. And right now, that would be just an exercise that would take up time and cost money to come up with those options, if that's not going to be something that you wanted us to proceed with.
Okay, so let's stay with the bond measure because we have the 24th coming up in a couple of weeks. Vice Mayor Blash.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. My understanding is that we are hiring a part-time planning staff person to help implement the housing element. Is that correct, Heather?
I just want to, let's stay away from some of these side issues.
All right.
Yes. Barely staying awake right now. Just,
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm going to make it through
let's-
consent. We
let's
got
be
to keep
direct.
direct.
I just
on
am going to
the
say that I am interested in doing this. I wanted to say that I'm interested in surveying in general, just because I think it's good to collect priorities from the community. So even if we should do this survey and people aren't interested in a ballot measure for road bonds, we will just have reached out to people and we will know more about what people are interested in. So I think that's really valuable. And, you know, we can think later about things about whether or not senior households or low-income households should get a break. That would happen if we were actually going to do a ballot measure. And I just wanted to note that I think that the the Larkspur example is really good. The other one that I'd seen that had similar conditions but wasn't in Marin was Orinda, which also did a sort of similar process of taking out various bonds. And they went from being this little country town to being a larger town rather rapidly. And they were stuck, as many of us are in Marin, with these little country roads that weren't really intended to deal with the population that they had. And they were also another successful example of fixing their roads they went from, I think, the worst roads in the county to the best. So it can happen. And so I'm in favor. There you go.
Okay, great. And I'm in favor of moving forward with the poll. And so do you need more direction?
No, I think that's very helpful. I appreciate it. And I'm anticipating being able to do the poll under my signature authority and then come back to you with the results.
Oh, we won't have the opportunity to see the draft of the poll.
If you want to see a draft, one way that we could do it is you could assign a subcommittee, or you could ask me to bring a draft back before. It's just a timing issue, you know, to the full council. So
I would suggest that rather than doing a subcommittee at this point, just bring the full draft back with the understanding that we're not going to spend 2 hours on it.
Well, and
I
how
can
does
get
it
on board.
affect the accuracy or the skewing of the polling if the public all knows what the questions are before they get it? I mean, what if those questions will get discussed on next door? Doesn't that seem like a possible bias? I'm not sure whether that would be.
Since I haven't engaged a polling company yet, maybe I can ask these questions and come back to you.
Okay,
yeah.
let's do that. We can do that under the town manager's report, just to let us know. Okay, so let's move on to the consent calendar. I want to bring up that there are supplements for item 5, which deals with the Affordable Housing Committee. There's supplement dealing with item 6, which is completing some road work. I had asked for what the specific streets were, and I want to thank Michael Vivret for actually suggesting to our town manager that we consider renewing the bonds. Want to thank Wingsy for coming, Heather, and also thank Councilmember Hellman for asking that this be on the agenda. And moving on, we also have a supplement on item 10, which deals with outfitting a new vehicle, a Bolt. There was a mistake. The wrong information was provided for a different vehicle. So the supplement includes the correct vehicle and a lesser amount. So I want to ask if anybody wants to pull anything at the council level from. All right. So with that, let's move on to the consent calendar for members of the public and remind folks you have 2 minutes total for all the items on consent. Thank you. And first speaker is. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Mark. It's 11:31 if you want to
Oh,
take care
okay.
of that.
Can we just wait 1 second? So we're at 11:30, and would somebody like to make a motion to waive the 11:30
So
rule?
moved. I'll second it.
All right, so that was Ackerman and Cutrano, and could you do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ackerman,
Waive it.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler.
Yes, thank you. Okay, first speaker, please.
Mark Bell. What number was that? 11. I'd like you to pull 11. Just to go over some of the points that are quite interesting. Not including number 6, not including all the online submitted letters on particular agenda items. Seems like the attorney has no idea about that, which means that there's a communication problem, because I have from Talia Dreheim several chains, email chains with the town staff about things that she had submitted that never showed up. Michael McIntosh as well. She seems to have danced around a California Code Reg Title 23, subsection 13.3, consent calendar. It says any matter for which there are no speakers in opposition, etc. However, it says they can be pulled upon the request by the applicant, any member of the public, or any board member. I also have some more information about consent calendars being packed, and how on and on and on it talks about non-controversial items. And there are a lot of controversial items that end up on the consent calendar. So in essence, I don't know if you're legally violating it, but you sure are violating the spirit of what a consent calendar is supposed to do. And as far as Ribicoff versus Long Beach and several opinions, basically it comes down to reasonable. Like, what is reasonable? So you were very reasonable.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
On the housing, but not so reasonable on other things.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Council. Michael McIntosh. I actually think that the council would exhibit good behavior and confidence in themselves as well as the community, that if there was something of opposition, and especially if there's more than one person's request to pull something, that you put it on the agenda. It's almost like you don't want to talk about these things. And although there is a purpose for a consent calendar, we're going to renew our insurance and the rates haven't changed, renew our bonding because we have to advise the public and the rates haven't changed. There's been other things such as financial distributions, housing element, and many things that the public want to make input on. But this council arrogantly said, no, we don't want to hear your opinion. We think we know what's best and we don't care and we're just going to push it. So you're really diminishing yourself because you're not showing the community that you have the confidence to share with us what you're really doing. So I really hope that the council would look at other communities and what that spirit of the law is, and really see if there's something of opposition that maybe it should be brought to the floor on a limited time or something, but allow the interested public to remain engaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please.
Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Michael McIntosh, that was very well said. I've spoken before, and I've asked multiple times before for controversial consent calendar items to be pulled. I'm asking in this instance for items 5, 8, 9, and 11 pulled. I don't expect that you will pull any of them because you constantly abuse the consent calendar and what it's intended for, which has been made clear multiple times, that it is for non-controversial items. Now, I'll let you know that I've done a survey of some other towns and jurisdictions, which our vice mayor probably could do the same, probably better than I could. But I'm going to tell you what the results were coming from the town clerk in Sausalito, or the city of Sausalito's clerk, who used to be the clerk for the LA County Board of Supervisors. In Sausalito, he said it's for non-controversial items only. And once again, Ms. Hellman is leaving the podium when I'm speaking, being rude.
People have to go to the restroom.
Right, she always does, or somebody always does. All right, that's it. So, pardon the interruption. I'd like my time back. 2 minutes per consent calendar item. in Sausalito, except when it's asked to be pulled. And any item that the public asks to be pulled is pulled and put to the end of the consent calendar. Why are we doing that differently here? It looks like you're trying to hoodwink the public and trying to not let the public discuss certain items that are controversial. Now, all that being said, tonight you're going to not let the rest of the public know that you're going to can the Affordable Housing Committee. If you really were interested in providing affordable housing, you wouldn't be dissolving the Affordable Housing Committee. I'd talk more on this, but I don't have time. Thank you. I'll stop, but you get the idea. I would like my 2 minutes for each item, but I doubt you'll give it to me. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. I presume you all got my script. Okay, and all read that. So I'm going to go off script, only emphasizing that there were 2 bolded sections to that script. One of them about how I would like the item to be continued for the reasons I stated in the script, or to be voted on separately so it could be voted down and not voted with everything else. But let me go through a little bit about this, the reason why this is just not right. When Ben Berto left, he used to call the Affordable Housing Committee meetings, and 2 of the members are sitting on the dais right now. And Ben left, and I contacted in a reasonable time our interim manager, who was Adam Pulitzer, and asked him to call a meeting. Okay? When he passed to our current town manager, I asked Heather to call a meeting. When David Wolfering came on board, I asked him to call a meeting. While Renee Goddard was still here, I asked her to call a meeting. Why would I ask for a meeting to be called? So that we, could elect our own chair, like the resolution says, so we could have meetings. Because without a chair, we couldn't have a meeting. So as complaints go up, there was no director, so it went to the town manager, because that's up the food chain. Okay? So we have no director, so we let this thing fester. We let the Affordable Housing Committee fester. And now we want to just completely eliminate it altogether. Call a meeting, appoint Mallory or one of you up on the dais, a chair, to call a meeting to fix this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Any other speakers in the room? Are there speakers on Zoom?
There are 2 speakers on Zoom. The first one is Mallory, followed by Deb Benson. Mallory, you're unmuted.
Okay. Hold on a second. I have an echo going on here. Okay. Sorry. I couldn't raise my hand on my iPad. Okay, I just having been on the Affordable Housing Committee for, I think, 4 terms, I'm not even sure. I wasn't even told, I had to read it, that you were going to get rid of it. Actually, somebody told me that. And I just think, number one, it's really, it's disrespectful to people on the committee. I think I'm the only one at this point. But it's also very, very hypocritical to keep talking about affordable housing, never getting it together to get a meeting for the committee when there was more of a committee. And I just, it's so indicative of how you guys are doing this. You're taking over, you're taking charge. You think that, you're kings and queens, and you're not. You're supposed to be serving us. You are serving the community that voted for you. And yet you don't listen. You don't vote for what we want. You'll vote for the 2 people who want to do something that almost all of us do not agree with. And I would like you to reconsider. I don't know if this, it said Heather's name was on it. So Heather, if you're listening, I think a little respect would have gone a long way. And we need an affordable housing committee more than we need many of the things that you guys are choosing to do. And I would like you to consider that.
Thank you, Mallory. Next
No,
speaker,
okay.
please. I think you said it was Deb Benson.
Yes, it's Deb Benson. Deb, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. Well, I agree with what Mallory and Mad Dog said. You have people who are involved in our community who want to serve, and I'm hearing, I'm not really in on what went down exactly, but I'm hearing that they felt at best unattended to, and in the end slighted. So I don't even know what to say about that. Do better. But I have looked at other municipalities' consent calendars, and they do seem to contain mostly generic, non-controversial, just general business items. And ours do generally seem to be packed, like sometimes 14 and more items, some of which are really potentially controversial and, would hopefully be open to more public comment and should be on the agenda. So I would like you to look at that and also consider, I voted for some of you guys. A lot of us voted for some of you guys, and we didn't vote for you to push personal agendas. We voted for you to represent us. And as you're hearing, a lot of us are not feeling represented by you all. So, my father used to say it takes two to tango. I know some of you are feeling put upon and targeted, but please take a look at your part in this and try to remedy some of what's going on here in our community. I mean, we're all here, we're responsive. Ding, ding, ding. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank God it didn't ring.
We saved you. Is there another speaker?
The last speaker is Lynn, and Lynn, you're unmuted now.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm shocked at how sorry, I missed his name, attempted to get a hold of somebody to keep a chairperson. I'm just shocked. How is our town running like this? How unsupportive. Do you guys know that that's going on and how many times he tried to go up and down the ladder to try to get some help? It's shocking. I'm shocked. So, man, and I agree with everybody that's called in. I know it's a thankless job, but it's kind of made thankless because of what's going on. So reconsider, reach out to people, keep these committees going, and don't ignore people that are on committees trying to keep them going. They need a chairperson to meet. Take care of it. Easy peasy. But don't ignore it, because we just feel ignored. I'm sorry. That's the way it is. Hard to get trust back at this point. Good luck. Good night.
Thank you, Lynn. Any other speakers?
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Okay, bringing it back. I just want to say a couple of things. I've sat on the Affordable Housing Committee since I have been on this council about 11 years. And one of the things in the resolution is to have people on the Affordable Housing Committee with expertise in housing issues, which we had over the years. Another thing that our town manager did at my request was do a survey of other towns to see if anyone has an affordable housing committee. And there's a public committee that's not a town-sponsored committee in Mill Valley, from what I understand, but there aren't any others. We met 5 times. Renee Goddard and I were on that committee with, at that time, Rick Hamer and Mallory Gytham. When Renee exited, Liesel joined. Liesel had been on the committee as a member of the public. We met 5 times to talk about the housing element in the early days. And some of those meetings, I kind of wondered what we were doing because there was a lot of information, but not a lot coming out of it from us. So one of the things the town manager pointed out is typically the planning commission deals with affordable housing and policies on those kinds of things. I want to thank Mallory for her years of service on that committee. I think she's been the longest serving member other than me, and I appreciate her involvement. But it is time to start looking at our committees and see, let's put our effort where we really have the ability to do so. It may be when we take up the housing element again in 8 years, and I doubt I'll be here. You never know. Is it may be the time to reconvene, which is what we did in the early days of the housing element, is trying to get information out. So with that, I would ask if someone would like to make a motion on the consent calendar.
I'm happy to move the consent calendar with the supplements.
Okay, and there's, I just want to say friendly amendment, there's supplements for item 5, 6, and 10. All right, and
Congratulations on the road.
excuse me,
work
Bruce,
completion.
we're not done. And so that was Catrano, and then seconded by
Hellman.
And could you do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Councilmember Catrano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
all ayes.
Thank you. And I want to adjourn this meeting. And I want to just mention, for someone who said we didn't do this, I actually purposely read the obituaries looking for people from Fairfax and also esteemed members of Marin community to make sure that we add them to the adjournment. So we want to adjourn in memory of Constant Judson and Joan Jones. And thank you all for attending. Sorry it was such a long meeting.